如果您是会议的工作
If you are speakers or a staff of this meeting, you can skip this one. And this is for our participants so that we can help the seminar delegates, so that we can help these participants who show great interest in the relevant information of the policy development and air quality management in Asia.
Okay, so we'll be giving 2 minutes more for our participants to answer. Okay. Okay, so around 40% have already answered. So again, this will help us evaluate our learnings from today's session. So this pre-test will also be asked later towards the end as a post-test. Okay, I think there aren't no more additional responses.
Okay, so, Dana, I think that's for the pre-test.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dana. Let me just end this.
Yeah. Thanks to everyone that helped to fill out the survey form. And then I will transfer to Chinese to introduce afternoon's agenda and the experts that we have. 好，我来关闭屏幕上的这个问卷。
So why not I turn off this pre-meeting evaluation and we will start this afternoon session. And just now, I give you a very brief introduction of this afternoon. And we have different ways of joining us in the seminar. Some of them join us via Zoom. who watched this seminar and also joined the discussion, and the guests in the Zoom. While listening to the lectures, if you have some quick questions, feel free to type in your questions in the chat box. And we will have the moderators to help you to answer that questions will be answered by the speakers or experts. And please also be aware that on the Zoom software, there are some functions available during the meetings. You may raise your hands and exchange your views with the experts. And also we have different languages. And the languages include Chinese, Vietnamese, Mongolia, and English. So that is the housekeeping rules. Now I declare the opening of the professional sharing this afternoon. In this afternoon, we will zoom in 6 sectors, listening to 6 key sectors, the policies, standard and good practices of 6 sectors. And many participants asked us why we choose the 6 sectors with the ADB technical assistance. It has been there for a while, so in the past 1 to 2 years, in terms of the TA projects, and we find out these problems as well as the priority sectors. And we have carried out a lot of work and research built upon these, and we select these sectors. And very honorably, we have invited some very experienced experts who are going to share this experience with you. And this afternoon and tomorrow, they will give us lectures and presentations to introduce their experience, successful stories, and with the technical assistance. And they draft this technical guidance book, covering a lot of good practices of the good players. And I really want to thank the experts who are going to speak this afternoon. And among the 6 sectors, among these reports, we also have Q&A sessions and a break. Before and after Q&A and the break, we have 3 speakers covering power generation, transport, clean cooking, and heating. And now I want to invite the first lecturer, Professor Wang Zhixuan from North China Electric Power University, who is going to talk about the policy standard and good practice in the power generation. Professor Wang is senior expert within the sector, and he has joined a lot of emission reduction and energy efficiency improvement, and a lot of policy sharing from Professor Wang. The floor is yours, Professor Wang. Would you please to turn on your microphone, and please turn on your microphone as well as your camera to share your screen. Thank you. Yes, we can see it very clearly on the screen. Thank you, Professor Wang. Hello? Yes, we can hear you, Professor. Yes, we can hear you, Professor Wang. Professor Wang, would you please unmute yourself? Yes, please unmute yourself. Yes, I did. So there are 4 things I want to share with you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to talk about the basic principles of environmental protection. Secondly, prevention and control policies of power air pollution. Thirdly, best practices. Audit of cleaner production in thermal power plants. Fourth, key indicators for electric power development in the 14th five-year plan. Of course, the priority is on the air quality management in the power generation sector. And let's look at the main principles of environmental protection. We know this is the national policy to protect our environment. For example, the land, energy saving, a lot of detailed rules to follow. In environmental protection, we have several other requirements such as give priority to protection, prevention first, comprehensive treatment, public participation, and responsibility for damage. Local people's governments and various levels shall be responsible for the environmental quality of their respective administrative areas. Institutions, producers, and business operators shall be liable for environmental damage caused by them in accordance with law. Citizens shall consciously fulfill their obligation to protect the environment. Government departments in charge of environmental protection shall exercise unified supervision and management of environmental protection work at different levels. Let's look at the legal system of prevention and control policy of power air pollution. First of all, we have the Constitution. Below Constitution, we have Environmental Protection Law, Air Pollution Prevention and Control Law, Environmental Impact Assessment Law, Cleaner Produce Promoting Law, Standardization Law, the Electric Power Law, 5-year outline, documents of the CPC Central Committee and the State Council. And this is the 5-year plan stipulated by the People's Congress. And some of the documents issued by the CPC Central Committee. And they are relevant. They are relevant to each other. Let's look at the 5-year plan. There are some KPIs proposed. To implement these KPI, we have laws, regulations, requirements, such as administrative regulations, local regulations, departmental regulations, mandatory pollutant discharge standards, and technical specifications to realize these KPIs. We know very importantly, we have air pollution prevention and control law in the power sector. Built upon the requirements, it was deliberated and adopted on September 5, 1987, and revised 4 times in 1995, 2000, 2015, and 2018. It includes general provisions, standards for the air pollution prevention and control, and plans for meeting the standards within a prescribed time limit, supervision and administration of the air pollution prevention and control, measures for the air pollution prevention and control, joint prevention and control of air pollution in key areas, response to heavily polluted weather, legal liability, supplementary provisions. And let's look at these details. This is the latest one. It emphasizes the joint prevention and control work in the air pollution in key areas. And this is in response to the characteristics of the air pollution in China. Let's look at the slide. Seemingly, this is a very messy slide. Just now, I talked about the laws, administrative requirements, regulatory and administrative requirements by the local government. How these different requirements and the laws are implemented at a level or at very specific level of the companies or enterprises. There are many requirements. For example, from the left hand, we have the control technology and requirement, and in the middle, we have environmental quality standards. With the quality standards, we can identify the emission standard of pollutants. To the right, we have EIA during the project construction. And let's look to the far left hand. In some specific areas and projects, we have time-limited governance. Among different requirements, sometimes they are interdependent on each other. Sometimes they are independent. However, they are supported by different sectors, such as the pricing department, environmental protection authority, industry authorities, industry supervision department, and all different departments are implementing the work. And then in order to realize the goal or requirements stipulated by these laws, regulations. And this is my key message to you. Control requirements for emission of air pollutants from thermal power plants. And we have an emission standard, in this emission standard, it stipulates a coal-based power generator, how it can control its emission, and what are the policies or measures available to control its emission. Let's look at the bottom one, 1973. And there are some requirements on controlling the industrial waste discharge. It was originated from 1973. At the time, according to there was no environmental protection law or requirements there. However, we had a trial standards for industrial waste discharge requirements. It is called GBJ4/73, not only limited to power generation sector, but also to other sectors. At that time, it included dust, sulfur dioxide, these two major pollutants. Dust, 82 to 2,400 kilogram per hour. Why it is such a wide span? Because it was decided by the height of the chimneys. To be strictly speaking, in 1978, when we had reformed opening up, it was proposed in the time before the reformed opening up. We were still in the planned economy, and such kind of a controlling measure was not decided by the concentration. Instead, it was the speed, how many pollutants were allowed every hour. Another one was released in 1991. At the time, it was a GB. GB means national standards. 13223. Under such a requirement, it was controlling sulfur dioxide, NOx, dust, or PM. Okay, I will share information about timeline as well as the details.
Starting from 1991, when I was working for the Ministry of Energy. So in the formulation of this standard, I worked as one of the leaders in the drafting. In 1996, we have done the revision of this standard. So in the amendment, we have proposed that we need to have the specific control on the smoke and dust, the SO2 and NOx. If we look at the changes between 1991 to 1996, the standard is more stringent. And another amendment is made in 2003. It's mainly on the smoke and dust, NOx and SO2. It is even more stringent. In 2011, another amendment, an update is made. The standard refers to the conventions of all the other countries doing the same control on the smoke, dust, the SO2, NOx, and the mercury and the compound. In 2013, February the 27th, based on the 2011 standard, more stringent requirement is added. It is determined by the responsible authority, the MEE, and the other department will decide when to implement this standard. In 2014, another amendment is on the requirement of the implementation. So it has proposed the ultra-low discharge requirement. So if I put it in a more straightforward way, the coal-fired thermal power standard is even higher than the other power generators, that is ultra-low. in 2015, another document is issued. The requirement is the same, but the implementation scope is getting expanded from the local area and some specific regions to the whole country. And we can have a closer look at this graph. In 1973, the standard looks more on the chimney. For the power generator, we only counted the number of the chimney and the height of them. In 1991, the calculation is based on the quality after the treatment. So it looked at the p-value. It is quite similar to the k-value method in Japan. We also refer to the methodology used in Japan. And it will do the reverse calculation based on the diluted concentration and to get the value of the discharge at the chimney. So the excessive discharge will be subject to the penalty. The money will be used for the treatment in the enterprises. From 1973 to 1991, the fees of the treatment is mainly from the penalty of the exceeding the standard. So starting from 1991 method, we pay more attention to the quality-based reverse calculation. In 1996, if we look at the more stringent standard, we see that it started from the dust removal to the SO2 and then to the NOx. This trend and process is in accordance with that in the developed countries. And if we look into the standard, the dust, whether or not it can satisfy the requirement, will be subject to the final result of the treatment. In the early stage, we look mainly at the dust removal percentage, which was 95%. But in 1996, the dust removal efficiency should be as high as 98%. That means in 1996, the dust removal facilities were subject to be more advanced and more efficient. And later, we see the concentration of the final result. And some power generators, they will use the cluster chimney for 2 power generation units. And this is to increase the height of the smoke and so that to satisfy the high efficiency requirement. Because in 1996, we didn't have the desulfurization. With the technology developed in 2003, we have seen the higher requirement on the sulfur control and the NOx control. So the low NOx combustion is required. In this process, we also can see the requirement like 400 microgram and 1,000 and 2,100 microgram. So for the sulfur content, if it is higher, the desulfurization is required. When we read the standard, we feel that sometimes the requirement is confusing, but we can understand in this way. For the high sulfur content, the requirement is different from the low sulfur content. That was in 2003. And if we look into the 2013, we will see the requirement is even more stringent. And after that, we see another concept that is ultra low. For the ultra low, the dust and smoke concentration should be within 20 micrograms. So for the NOx and SO2, the requirement is even higher compared with those existing requirements in the world at that time. We can make a comparison of the different emission standards. On the left, it is China's NOx and SO2. The limit is 100 micrograms in 2011. You can see this is the most stringent. But if you look at the ultra low, the SO2 is 35 microgram, and the NOx is 50 microgram, and the dust and the smoke is 10. If we look at the comparison among the different countries and regions, it is quite complicated because it has its own calculation system and reference. We can only make a rough comparison. But if we look into the standard of the emission in the different countries, we will see the result will be more complicated. But based on this brief comparison, we can clearly see that the emission standard in different countries. And when we look at the pollutant control, what's the policy? The first and the most important one is environmental protection electricity price policy. For each kilowatt hours, the compensation for the desulfurization is 1.5 cent. The nitrification is 1 cent. And for the dust removal, after 2011, it has got 0.2 points as the compensation for the treatment and the pollutant control. So altogether, it is a 2.7 cents. For the ultra low, some local government will provide another 1 cent. For the newly built ultra low, the national policy will provide 2.5 cents for each cubic meter. When we look at other policies, it includes the pollution charge and environmental tax. Since the volume is very low, it cannot give the actual financial effect. In the early stage, the law has stated that the pollution charge should be used in the treatment. It will be collected by the environmental protection, and the enterprises can apply for the fund. Later, the policy has changed into the environmental tax. So this is a transformation from the charge to tax. There are other policies like the tax rebate or tax exemption. And for the high polluting enterprises, they will see the different electricity power. That is the differential electricity price. This price is determined by the government. But now in the policy reform, industrial electricity price can be set in a more flexible way. But for the residential, it is still determined by the government. The principle here is that if an enterprise has a higher energy consumption, the price for electricity will be higher. When we look at the pollutant discharge permit system, it is in the transformation from the planned economy to the market economy. In this process, the Ministry of Environment Protection will be the major authority, and there are other authorities responsible for the different industries. And this has caused some overlapping in the pollutant control. Before the reform, there are different standards like the concentration-based, the total quantity-based, the efficiency-based, the equipment-based, and they will all have the assessment. About 1 decade ago, the reform was carried out. This was to harmonize the policies and from the different standard into one certificate and one system of standard. Here we can look at the best practices. There will be a clean production audit. In this audit, we will test the pollutant, the discharge, and the optimal way of treatment. In the pollutant assessment standard, we will see the process indicators, the energy consumption, the resource consumption, and after the comprehensive assessment and evaluation, they will get a score. And this score will describe the level of clean production. And this is subject to the management method which will be taken. In the 14th five-year plan, the total capacity of a power generation installation in China will be 3,000 gigawatts, and the per capita power consumption will be about 1 megawatt. In the 14th five-year plan, the pollutant control is already at a high standard. And to look at the specific pollutant, especially the ultra-low carbon emission development, there will be another requirement that is unit GDP emission reduction. Okay, this is the changes in the future. Thank you, Professor Wang. Professor Wang has given us the changes and the transformation in the legislative and the standard system. Also, Professor Wang has mentioned the measures taken by the responsible authority to the industries. So, to sum up, we can see that China's standard is at a leading level in the world. This is a very great achievement in the power generation. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Wang. We will see you in the Q&A session. Okay, thank you very much. And now we move on to another speaker. Our second speaker is from the Vehicle Emission Control Center of Chinese Research Academy of Environmental Sciences. Researcher Ni Hong. Researcher Ni Hong is leading the team for the policy making in the transportation, and they are providing the technical support to the policy making for the pollution control on the vehicles. So, Researcher Ni Hong. So, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear professors, dear leaders, dear experts, good afternoon. I am very honored to be invited by CAA to participate in this conference and have the opportunity to share with you the development and exchanges and experiences in the pollution control for the vehicles in China. I will talk about the vehicle pollution, current situation in China, and the vehicle environmental management system, and also the pollution emission reduction actions in China. And then, based on the Chinese experiences, I will share with you our suggestions. So first, let's look at the recent progress in the prevention and control of atmospheric pollution. We can have a look at this bar graph. The red bars shows the car population in China. The horizontal is time. In 2008, before that year, the car population in China was increasing in a modest way. But after that, we have seen very fast growth. From 1980 to 1995, the increase was 10 million. But starting from 2009, the annual growth is 1 million units. In 2016, the growth for that year is 20 million. In this explosive growth, we have seen that the vehicle population in China is also changing. And to have a closer look at it, the blue curve is NOx, and the black curve is the PM. In 2001, before that year, the pollutant is steadily increasing in parallel with the car population increase. But after 2000, we can see the deceleration of the growth. In 2011, we see that there is a peak for the NOx emission. For the total discharge of the pollutant, if compared with no intervention, we can see that with our intervention, the light vehicle has a decrease of 93% of the HC emission and 67% of the NOx emission. And for the heavy duty, there is a decrease of 86% of PM and 55% of the NOx. That is the establishment, that is the achievement of the intervention. Starting from the atmospheric protection law, we have mentioned the intention of vehicle pollution control. And after that, in 2015, we have seen the new chapter for the vehicle.
Let's look at the earliest standard, which was drafted in 1983 for the idle emissions and the others. And in the 1993, and we have the working standards, and also we call the national zero emissions. And in 2000, we have phase 1 emission standards equivalent to Euro 1. And while implementing the standards and before the year of 2000, MEE, in terms of compulsory requirement enforcement, it was implemented by the local Ministry or Authority of Environmental Protection. And ever since 2000, there was an approval process for the emission. And then we have a production alignment check. Around the year of 2010, and we propose, and we want to say, and there is a requirement whether this vehicle is compliant. Let's look at emission control. And ever since 2000, and when we started, and we have a single vehicle emission requirement in the year of 2010, we have comprehensive measures in place, such as the fleet emission control. We want to control the overall emission from the total fleet. And from 2016, and we start to have the transportation mix or structure adjustment in order to have a higher efficiency. That's why we have divided the stages into three. 2000 was a starting one, and from 2000 to 2016, we call it a rapid development. And after 2016, it was a regular measures. Regular measures cannot help China to control the emission from the vehicles, so we proposed some innovative measures with Chinese characteristics, including National 6, as well as the Euro 6. And let's look at the new vehicle requirements, and we have our own requirements and our special work, and I will go into details afterwards. Even though the emission from the vehicles, we have made a lot of work in order to control the emission from the vehicles, and we made some progress. But probably after seeing the slides, you feel that the reduction of the emission from the vehicle was not very great. And let's look at the mobile emission, which was one of the aspects of the pollutants. For example, NOx in 2017. In totally, it was 10.65 million tons, accounting for 60%. How about industrial discharge only account for 36%? So to NOx emission, which is the top pollutant, exceeding the industrial emission by 50%. How about PM discharge? Mobile source accounted for 2%. But you know, our statistics were made on the quality. And let's look at the characteristics of the mobile ones. And we have, even though the quantity ranks very high, however, in terms of the measurement, and this is very important to control the mobile ones. How about the hydrogen carbon? Mobile accounts for 24%. Let's look at the features of vehicle emission and the main running areas, along with the ozone generative mechanism in the key areas. For example, in BTH, Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei province, the NOx emission shows the features that it was more like VOC, which means that the petrol car, the diesel car running in the cities, and in terms of the pipe tail emission and the hydrocarbon emission is quite high. So in order to better control the generation of ozone, no matter you are diesel or petrol cars, we really need to control the emission of NOx and the hydrocarbon. With these two pollutants under control, we are able to improve the environment quality. For NOx emission control, attention should be paid to diesel vehicles and non-road mobile machinery and for VOCs. Now I want to talk about vehicle environmental management system. Let's look at the construction of vehicle environmental regulation system. There are three layers. The first one is law on the prevention and control of atmospheric pollution and law on the prevention and control of environmental noise pollution. And this is the basis for everything. And after 2015, there are new added chapters and provisions, which a great support to the mobile source control. Below the laws, there are regulations of the country at present in terms of vehicles, and there is no national regulations on the vehicles unpublished. We are working very hard to lobby. However, I know that some provincial governments already released its own regulations for the non-road mobile machineries. Others relevant to national regulations, such as national policies or some documents relevant to the emission reduction from the vehicles, all of which provide a very good foundation for our standards making and policy making. The third layer of this system is the emission control standards, as well as documents issued by ministries, commissions, and local governments. All of them are compulsory and on an equal footing. In this slide, you can see we take Beijing municipal government as an example. It has its own regulation system. Regulations of Beijing Municipality on Atmospheric Pollution Prevention and Control, adopted on March 30, 2018 upon deliberation. A total of 24 articles involve motor vehicles and ships, including 17 requirements and 7 legal responsibilities. Regulations of Beijing Municipality on the prevention and control of pollution emission from motor vehicles and non-road mobile machinery. A total of 51 articles in 6 chapters are regulated, including 16 legal responsibilities. With the support of these articles, Beijing Municipality comes up with series of notice. For example, notice of Beijing Municipal Ecological and Environment Bureau on the supervision on the production conformity and the in-use compliance in Phase 5 of vehicle environmental protection. And how about the law on the prevention and control of atmospheric pollution? First of all, it identified the regulatory objects and responsible parties, and those such as the motor vehicles, non-road mobile machinery, ships, and those relevant to the emissions such as fuel oil, engine oil, NOx reductant, fuel and lubricating oil, additives, other additives. And they are all included into the regulation of the laws. How about the responsible parties? It includes manufacturing enterprises, import enterprises, sales enterprises, maintenance and repair enterprises, gas station, and individuals. And in my view, that the auto parts are not covered. Let's look at the manufacturing and sales enterprises. Those falsified behaviors have not been stipulated by the law on the prevention and control of atmospheric pollution, but relevant requirements are stipulated in the criminal law as well as the general laws. We know that the standards are the basis that we implement our work. This country attaches great importance to how standards are drafted. Requirements on standard development and implementation have been proposed. According to the law on the air, the provincial government is not allowed to draft standards for new vehicles, but they can make standards for the in-use vehicles. At the law's level, it addressed the fitting issue between the fuel and the vehicle. This is a major breakthrough. And also, we have, under this new law, the regions at different levels did not have the authority to make requirements on the new vehicles. And after revise of the law, it is possible that you can make the pollutants requirements or standards for motor vehicles in advance in the regions where conditions permit. At present, the standards are drafted under the national plan. Now I want to talk about the vehicle environmental regulation system. And I include it into the mobile cell standard system, easy for you to understand. It includes road vehicles, as well as non-road mobile sources. There are 2 categories over there. Let's look at the road vehicles. Below vehicles, there are 3 types of it: light vehicles, heavy vehicles, three-wheeled vehicles, non-road mobile sources. It includes non-road machinery, trains, ships, and planes. Today, I want to talk about the vehicles. For example, we take 3,500 kilograms as the boundary, divided into heavy and light vehicles. And we can see the standards stipulated into these two categories, separated by the fuels. In the light vehicles, separated into gas and diesel, and they apply the same standards. At present, the new vehicle, National 6 standards. How about heavy vehicles? In the new vehicles, we draft the gasoline and the diesel car. If it is a gasoline, relevant to the Euro 4, that is National 5, is under progress. How about the diesel oil under heavy vehicles? It has been implemented National 6 standards. How about the vehicles in use? There was no separation between heavy and light, and we only make standards for gasoline and diesel, issued in the year of 2018. Let's look at three-wheeled vehicles. At present, they follow National 2. National 3, which is under revision. At present, we will include it into non-road mobile sources. How about the motorcycles? And we have motorcycles and mopeds. And in the motorcycles, we divided into gasoline and diesel. Diesel oil motorcycles is also covered. Let's look at in-use standards, which was issued in 2011. New standard for the motorcycles is still under development. Non-road mobile sources and noise control standards, I will not go into details. This is the emission standards for newly produced motor vehicles and ships. This is the total list. It is for your reference. After this seminar, I will not go into details. The same is here. We offers the standards for the vehicles in use. Generally speaking, from the year of 2000, National 1 standard to National 6 standard, we do see the standards are getting more strict, and also two-way promotion of emission standards and management requirements. What does it mean? We add more requirements into the standards. In National 1, we have a type certification, production, type approval, and a lot of requirements there. However, in National 3, we started to present OBD, onboard diagnostic requirements, as well as in-use compliance. To National 6, we add more, such as the quality assurance of environment-friendly parts and components, as well as OBD remote monitoring. And different requirements from National 1 to National 6, which are dynamic. For example, in the engineering approval, in National 1, it was type certification, evolved into production conformity. And in the National 6, we see it was information disclosure, need for exercising administration in accordance with the law. It is now transformation of government management functions. We find out information disclosure works quite well. The producers or manufacturers disclose the information. There is no need for the regulator's approval. It offers convenience to the automakers when they presenting new vehicles. There is no further work burden on the regulators. There is no extra burden, but more requirements on the automakers. They not only make a compliance, also they need to shoulder the responsibility for an accurate information disclosure. How about the production conformity. And this is very important, focusing on the authenticity of the quality of the qualification of bulk articles. Apart from the production conformity while they were shipped out of the plants, after sales, after assembly line, and before registration, we have a sample inspection, which is quite important. In our traditional practice, we find out production conformity inspection was very difficult. A lot of steps were involved. Maybe you need to cover dozens of checks before you can confirm one vehicle, very high cost for the regulation. So in National 6, we propose a simple judgment of all items. From the number of sample vehicles to the items to be checked, we optimize all of them so that we can have production conformity. How about durability? We really focus on in its real the durability, whether they can focus on the actual emissions from 80,000 kilometers to 200,000 kilometers at National 6. How about OBD? We have higher requirements. From National 3, we keep the same pace with Euro 3. We added more monitoring items at National 6. Our monitoring items already cover more than Euro standards. We add more items to be checked. How about the in-use compliance in the National 4 equivalent to Euro 4? It only covered Type 1 test. At National 6, it was changed into all test items. We can do that in in-use compliance. In your vehicle use, all the control requirements should be aligned with the in-use compliance. Everything should be aligned. Quality assurance of environment-friendly parts and components. We want to protect the rights and the interest of the car owners as much as possible. We save the cost for the users and can have early maintenance and repair for the vehicles. To a large degree, we are able to limit the emission from the vehicles. How about OBD? And in this process, this is a real-time monitoring.
So we will look at the discharge and monitor it. So if we have the OBD requirement, it means that we have put an eye on the vehicle and it will provide a real-time monitoring. And once it sees the issues, it will tell the owner. And after getting the distant monitoring, it means that we add a nerve from this eye to the brain, that is the responsible authority. And we can get a real-time report of the data and the situation monitored by the OBD. So this is the development of the management. We also can see the whole life cycle discharge monitoring and management. From the very beginning, we look at the model of the new vehicles and the laboratory testing. And after that, we see the testing requirement expanded from the laboratory to the road. And we will have the spot check on roads and the full coverage of the road vehicles, that is the remote sensing. We also look at the new models and the in-use vehicles, the random checking of the vehicles based on the remote sensing. The vehicles we are monitoring is getting a higher population. And for the in-use vehicle test items, the expansion is from the exhaust gas emission to the fuel evaporation. And for the diesel, we have the NOx inspection For the OBD, it is also moved on the gas and the diesel vehicles. For the remote sensing system, it covers the heavy-duty diesel vehicles, the whole life cycle of every vehicle, and the ongoing diagnosis. This graph shows the standard and the in-use methodologies. The yellow ones are the testing methods we are using right now. For the exhaust gas pollutant, we have the chassis and the RDE and the PEMS, the idle speed, the free acceleration ASM, remote sensing. For the new models, the self-checking done by the enterprises covers all the different kinds of testing methodologies. That is to guarantee that for the new models, after getting offline, it can satisfy all the requirements for the in-use vehicles. And we have removed the costly inspection for the in-use vehicles, including the IASM and the road and the field testings ASM. For the evaporation, for new vehicles, we have the shed. For the in-use vehicles, we will not use the shed. For the new vehicles, we also use the leakage and sealing that is done on the production line by the manufacturers. For the in-use vehicles, we have similar testing. The methods might be slightly different, but the principles are the same. For the OBD checking, it is covering both new models and in-use vehicles. For the remote supervision system, it is done before the new models get offline. We also have the tagging that is used in China and maybe only used in China. For example, for the regular ASM for the diesel vehicles, we have the NOx testing. This is the first test methodology used in the world. For the road testing, we have the shed. For Beijing, they have the shed-based confirmation test. For the RSS remote supervision, this is only done in China. Okay, researcher Nihong, please click on your pen. And because we have limited time, and we can skip some of the cases. Okay, how much time do I have? You have 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. And here I want to talk about the greenhouse gas management in China, the management and the regulation framework. Currently, we do not have the special regulation for the greenhouse gas emission, but in the 14th Five-Year Plan, we will build this regulation system. This graph shows that for the fuel consumption management in China and the standard, the issuance of the standard, and the implementation of the standards. And here we have a list for the different phases. And this one is for the pollutant emission reduction. There are several items here, but I want to only talk about some of them. I will provide these slides to you so that you can have the further reading. For the vehicles, we have 3 adjustments: transport structure, and the fleet structure, and energy structure. It is about the 2 actions. One is for the diesel heavy-duty trucks pollution control. So this is first proposed in 2018 by the State Council. And after that, there was a notice from the State Council on the 3-year plan for defending the pollution, defending the blue sky. And after that, in 2018 December, there are 11 ministries and departments, including the MEE, have issued the notice on the action plan for the battle against the diesel truck pollution. So it includes the diesel truck and the oils, the diesel engines, as well as the transport action. We also look at the key regions and the key seasons, that is autumn and winter. So we have the specific requirement for the key areas. This is a prevention and control of the vehicle pollution. For the actions, the engines, and the fuels, we look at the diesel trucks, the non-road machinery, and the code registration, the compliances, the emergencies, the fleet, and the traffic structures. We also look at the RSS, the remote sensing monitoring, regional video surveillance, and the enterprise information submission. All this will help with the data and information collection for the management. So we look at the strengthen and the control of the diesel trucks, adjust the transport structure and the capacity building to look at the low carbon energy consumption, effective measurement on the heavy pollution, weather's prevention, and the industry structure adjustment. Sorry for the lagging behind, and maybe my content is too detailed. I will skip some part, and you can read it after this convention. In the 14th five-year plan, we will look at the 3 coordinations. For the goal, we will look at the greenhouse gas and the conventional pollutant control. For the non-pollutant, we will look at the ozone and the small particles. So the effect is that the air quality and effects on health should be developed in a coordinated way. And we will look at the railway-based new energy and the clean development. My suggestion is that first, we should strengthen the development of the pollutant control. That is about the top-level design, and to look at the allocation of the government responsibilities in the different departments, and also to have the management system design, that is institutional design. And we should have the standard suitable for the local conditions and the testing methods. And the standard shall cover the actual use environment. It should be high efficient and easy to operate. And second suggestion from my side is to establish and have a compliance supervision system. So we need to have the coordinated system for the sky, network, the earth, the vehicle, and the person. So we should look at the heavy-duty diesel vehicle fleets. This should be the focus in our management. And we also need to look at the transportation-related key regions air quality management to have the specific analysis on the effect of the policies we have. We also need the market-oriented mechanism. Besides the compulsory methods, we should also have the incentives, the policies, hiding out the old models and to replace them with the clean vehicles. And this will be helpful for the effect of the work. Okay, this is my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Researcher Ni Hong. This is a quite informative presentation. As you have mentioned, you are invited experts in this project. So the cases and the report will be shared in the afterwards of this meeting. You are welcome to raise questions to Researcher Ni Hong as well, because in the transportation, it is a common issue and challenge for all the cities and the regions. And now, I would like to invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Liu Guangqing, Center for Biomass, Energy and Environmental Engineering Research of Beijing University of Chemical Technology. We will talk about the practices in this part, and we will have 25 minutes for the presentation. Thank you very much, CAA and ABD. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and to share with you the clean cooking and heating in the rural area, including the policies, the standards, and the case studies in China. So we know that the developing countries in the Belt and Road are having the clean cooking and the heating challenges because it is related to the general public's life. China has gone through this process as well. This is my agenda, and these are about the Chinese experiences, including the general overview. In the past 40 years, we have seen the energy structure changes a lot. China is rich in coal, and it is not that rich in oil and gas. So the production of the coal is of a high percentage. The usage of the coal is decreased from the share of 80% to the current 50%. Electricity is used more and more. We hope that the share of coal consumption should be steadily decreased, and the electricity, especially the clean electricity from the solar, hydro, and wind, can be increased steadily. And for the general public's livelihood, in the life, the energy consumption is also transforming. From 1992 to 2012, for the cooking, the energy consumption structure is changing significantly. Electricity is used more and more. For the heating, coal is used as dominant energy source. This graph also shows that in 2012, in China, the cooking and the heating energy consumption and the breakdown of it. So for the electricity, the biomass and the natural gas are the three dominant sources for the cooking. For the heating, coal is the dominant energy source. This pie chart also shows that in the past 30 years, the changes. And when we look at this map, we see that in the past 40 years, the cooking energy consumption is changing. More regions in China are starting using the clean energy, especially in the coastal area. But in northeast China and in the central and western part of China, the coal and the biomass are mainly used for the cooking. China has a rich biomass resource. The farming straw is 800 million tons from the agriculture, and the forest and the orchard waste is over 1,000 million tons. There have been 2,000 manufacturers of a biomass solid fuel in China. They are providing great support to the biomass-based energy consumption supply. And our goal is to change the bulk coal and the fruit-made crops into the clean energy. And that is also to change from the traditional facilities and the equipment for the heating and cooking into the clean ones. There are 65 million users in the rural area, and the heating area is 1/3 of the total in the North China, and the total clean heating rate in northern region is 70%, but in the rural area it is less than 40%. If you look at the clean heating, the main pathway in the rural area is natural gas heating and electric heating. The government has provided very great investment, as high as 100 billion RMB in the past years to promote the clean heating. The effect is also quite good. In 2019, the average concentration of the fine particles in Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei is quite significant. And second, I want to talk about the policy system for the clean cooking and heating in especially rural China. We have the 5-sphere integrated plan in China. In this 5-sphere, the eco and environmental protection is the most important one. In 2020, China has made a commitment of the carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. We have promised to the world that we will strive our utmost to the eco and environmental protection. And in Asia, we have the high population. The carbon emission is of the highest. But for the per capita CO2, the number is not that high. We see that the per capita number is getting higher in the foreseeable future. China has made the commitment on the environmental protection, the ecosystem protection. We also have carried out the effective policies and the strategies. We have the theory issued in 2015. It was proposed by President Xi Jinping in Zhejiang, and it means that the mountains and rivers green are providing the gold and the silver to the people. We have different neutralization pathways for the carbon, including the carbon substitution, the aerobatic digestion, the thermal pyrolysis, the biomass digestion, and the biomass combustion for the cooking and heating. For the heating energy consumption, in the urban area and in the rural area, if we look at this breakdown, the rural area consumption and the pollutant emission is of a high share. From 2016, China is intensively developing the clean heating, and we have issued a series of policies and the documents to promote the cooking and the heating, the clean energy consumption.
Especially in some key cities. We have 2+26 key cities. The goal is quite clear. And in the central city, in the suburbs, 80% for clean heating and 60% for rural areas, other cities. Central city and the suburb, 70% for clean heating. Villager areas above 40%. And this is the goal of clean heating. And in China, we need to reinforce the clean heating. But you know that China is such a large country. And there are different scales in defining city, village, county, and town. So a lot of pressure on the back of the local governments. Let's look at up to 6.5 million cubic meters and rural heating 6.5 billion cubic meters and the total living energy consumption 327 million TCE, commercial energy consumption 224 million TCE, 68%. And let's look at the electric energy, 214 billion kilowatt hour biomass, 180 million ton. By different systems, China tries to enhance clean cooking and heating. For example, at the national level, It covers National Development and Reform Commission, MEE, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs, National Energy Administration, provincial level, provinces, autonomous regions, municipalities, and the guide work, city and the county level. And this is a 3 layers policy mechanism. In promoting these policies, series of technical pathways were proposed, such as electricity, biomass, natural gas, geothermal, solar energy, and clean coal, different technological pathway. It offers a very good technical solution. And especially, there are a series of very good policies. I give you, in the recent 2 to 3 years, 5 policies. Within these 5 policies, it clearly proposed clean winter heating plan and further clean heating work in DRC, as well as the clean biomass regeneration. How about subsidy policies? There are 3-tier subsidy mechanism, from central government to the provincial government to the municipal government. It gives very good subsidy. It not only compensates the equipment, but also the fuel subsidies. Here, I give you the subsidy scope given different equipment and the fuel, and the subsidy is very high. Natural gas heating equipment about 4,000, clean coal and biomass pellet stoves. It is very well defined within the policy. The third part of it, it is about the standard system of clean cooking and heating in rural China. In China, it is quite complete standardization construction of biomass stoves. We have national level, industry level, local level, group level, enterprise level. Let's look at the fuel. We have the standard for coal, standard for biomass. How about stove and the boilers? We have coal stoves and boilers, biomass stoves and boilers. Under different coal stoves and boilers, there are relevant standards. It covers the characteristics as well as how it is evaluated. How about the stoves and the boilers standardization? Let's look at its quality, the thermal, efficiency, and the testing methods, and all the details are specified. And different categories of standards are listed here. And this is the standardization construction of biomass stoves. Totally, dozens of standards to specify the characteristics and requirements for the fuels. We have series standards on the coal used in domestic life. Standardization construction of biomass stoves. China has conducted a lot of work in 2017. There is a national standard. And built upon the old practice, and we refer to the national and international ones. And we set up this tiered standardization system, and we adopt a similar system to ISO standards, but in China, we try to simplify it and make it clear so that we can make our standards suitable or aligned with international ones. Standardization construction of biomass stoves. And we have a different kind of standards for biomass heating stoves. For example, biomass stove and heating and cooking, and the biomass kiln stove. Series of standardization. How about biomass boiler standards? There are many of them. For example, there are different standards for emission. What the number, specific number, are also listed in the table. standards of coal cooking and heating stoves boilers, the standard type. The table shows clearly the constraints and the requirements. So you can see that China's standards are quite complete. Last one, I want to share a case with you. It is a typical city in China for clean heating and cooking, and this is the Bingzhou city in Shandong province. Bingzhou has 7 counties with an area of 9,660 square kilometers, population 3.91 million, 41% live in rural areas. And before 2017, coal was widely used as energy for cooking and heating. But in the past 5 years, the government greatly promote clean heating and cooking, starting from the natural gas, electricity, biomass, as well as centralized heating. It offers a lot of financial subsidy. By last year, 2021, and in the city of Bingzhou, and over 100,000 clean heating and cooking households were proposed. And there was one county, it is called Yangxing County. It has a lot of resources, 8 towns, 854 villages, and 95,000 households. All of them use biomass for cooking and heating. And therefore, from 2018 to 2021, step by step, series of biomass heating and cooking projects were presented, account for the total households 95%, which means they use biomass heating and cooking. What are the benefits? Let's look at the social benefit. Every year, by utilizing agricultural and forestry wastes, replacing 350,000 tons of coal, reducing carbon dioxide emission by 872,550 tons. The air quality was greatly improved from 2017 to 2020. PM 2.5 decreased from 70 microgram in 2017 to 55 in 2020, reduced by 21.5%. And this is a very good case with very high economic benefit. I want to propose my suggestion. We know that China pays high attention to clean heating and cooking. And in 2011, China Alliance for Clean Stoves was established with the support from Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Areas, initiated by China Association for Rural Energy Industry, with the aim to promote technological innovation exchange in clean energy. At the same time, it released industry report and industry standards to enhance international cooperation. Such a work greatly promotes the technological progress of China. It also helps China's international cooperation with other Asian countries. I really want to suggest that maybe in the future, is it possible that we can set up Asia Alliance for Clean Fuels and Stoves? And in the past, in the communication between Asian countries, yes, we had a lot. However, there was no shared mechanism or platform where billions of population living in this region show great concern on the clean fuels and stoves. We can build up this alliance for the joint research centers, research plus teaching plus industry, and we can completely promote the work to alleviate the climate change. And finally, I want to thank the conference organizer to offering us this very good opportunity. I'm more than happy to share with you, the Asian country friends, to share with you our ideas, and we can cooperate in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Liu. and who not only talked about the recent progress in China, but also we are very happy to hear from you to set up this alliance, Asian Alliance for Clean Fuels and Stoves, to encourage international cooperation and technological exchanges. I believe in the Q&A session, a lot of questions will be asked, and the experts are welcome to answer questions. Now we have 15 minutes Q&A session, and after listening to the three presentations full of information, I really want to offer some feedback and what we get from the chat box as well as the platform, some of the questions. Okay, the first one is about electricity, and we have received relevant questions in the power sector. I want to ask this question. And Mr. Yang, are you here? Yes, I'm here online from China Electricity Alliance. Maybe you can answer this question to us. There is one question for you. And from 2011 to 2020, the power generators in China reduced by 90%, a big job really. And the tariff subsidy, what is the role played by the tariff subsidy? And without the tariff subsidy, only with standards, do you think that we can hit the goal of reducing the emission from the power sector? Any experience from your side? That is a very good question. Generally speaking, in controlling the pollutant emission, government can have orders at administrative levels as well as economic incentives. By adopting only one of the measures is not living up to the expectation, high cost, low efficiency. In reality, we see an organic combination of both in China, in energy sector, and we see the organic combination of these two measures. One is organic requirements, the other one is economic subsidy. With these two, and we see a big job in the emission reduction of the energy sector. And in drafting these requirements, the desulfurized tariff, it was proposed in 2015, and 1.5 cents, sometimes it's only 2 cents. And this is a tariff subsidy. It is very encouraging for the power companies to do the desulfurization after 2015, the next year, in a larger area, and we have the environmental friendly tariff was adopted. And from 2005 to 2010, during 12th five-year plan, the desulfurized installed capacity was increased year by year. Desulfurized tariff, apart from helping the desulfurization, it also promotes the desulfurization environmental companies, and they introduce this technology, digest this technology, and to a large degree, it lowered the cost for building up desulfurization equipment as well as operational cost. It was beneficial to control the overall emission during the 12th five-year plan. And in 2011, we have from 2000 ultra-low emission, and it plays an important role. I believe these two combined together, and I believe it plays a very significant role to realize the emission to such a large degree. And this is the major experience I want to say. I don't know if I have answered this question, only for your reference. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much. It is true, we need to have both economic incentives as well as the standards compulsory requirement. That will be the best combination. I am also aware the other question, it is more about the overall trend of China's power sector. And after super low emission, the power plants in China is comparable to the gas-based generators in the future, in order to further reduce the emission, what will be the main players? Maybe Mr. Wang mentioned in the carbon dioxide control, but in terms of the overall power sector, if we want to reduce further the emission, what will be the potential? Would you please to answer that question? In my view, it is relevant to the requirements to the environment quality, not only limited to the power sector, which already carried out super low emission at a large scale. As we know that it needs investment and the cost to control the emission from the power sector. The marginal cost for the reduction of emission last year, MEE released, and the 90% of the coal-based up to 1.03 billion kilowatt power was reformed, and these companies and the thermal power plants invested much money. Given the current double carbon goals within the system, the thermal, especially the coal-based companies, have changed their position. In the past, they did not only provide power, electricity, more importantly, they provide electricity, flexibility, and as a major player in regulating the peak. And I believe, and this is a great efficiency and ongoing environmental protection. It has a big impact on the ongoing policy. From the marginal cost to the future, the coal-based pricing and as well as the pollutants from non-power sector will be prioritized. And we reflect this to the relevant governmental departments. Let's look at the policies from such as steel, cement making, their air pollutant emission reduction will have a greater contribution to the environment. And I believe that during the 14th or even longer time, and the environmental work is to run and operate the current ultra low emission and to reach the standards or ultra low emission and to provide the flexibility and also to provide some systematic flexibility to other energy formats. Thank you very much for your wonderful answers and insight.
So here we have the next question. The next question is to Professor Ni Hong. So the question is about China's banning the two-stroke engines. And in some cities, motorcycles are further restricted for the safety reasons. And can you explain how these city-level restrictions are implemented and whether this has been successful? Because this is also a major source of the pollutant in the transportation. Thank you. This is a very good question. As I have introduced, in the transformation, it also includes the motorcycle. It is very complicated because the owner are individuals, not the enterprises. So looking at the protection of the private properties and the protection of the benefit and interest of the individuals is also a very important part in the management. So for the motorcycle and for the vehicle management, it
更是这样的，很多摩托车车主呢，他如果是把摩托车作为唯一的交通工具，往往他们就是那种弱势的人群。所以通常我们在采取一些强有力的措施的时候呢，我们不会考虑把摩托车纳入到这个范畴中去。那么另外还有一个很重要的原因呢，就是目前中国的摩托车的保有量，就是产量是在逐年减少的。说中国目前电动自行车发展的特别好，当然也有一些电动摩托车，但更多是功能和摩托车很接近的这种电动的自行车、助力车。 那么发展的非常好，他们取代了很多摩托车的功能。那么所以总体来说呢，摩托车的排放呢，我们应该认为它的那个单车排放的控制呢，应该说不像汽车做的那么好，但是它的
And why they are so good? And because the overall quantity,
那么大的力气去关注，
and it should have more efforts. And let's look at motorcycles.
严格的管理措施
Quite strict requirements on motorcycles are not available at different regions.
好的，谢谢您的回应。
Thank you for your feedback. And this is a question with Asia characteristics. And I hope that in the training materials and the technical methods, and we can have more sharing. And also, there are 2 more questions to Professor Liu. And we know that the heating and the cooking emission, and to most participants, this is a big issue. And I want to share this with you. And in your slides, there are some clean cooker and the efficiency of using the clean cookers. But you know, such kind of clean stoves, whether they are sold in other Asian countries and how they are used in other countries, and that what will be the result? This is the first question. And in China, biomass cookers, and this is so-called a biomass. Well, what are the components of the biomass? And people really focus on the stove from the bull, and what will be the good ideas if they use the cow dung or the yes, in a good experience. Thank you for these 2 questions.
So for this question, it is true that in Asian countries and in the Africa countries, we need the clean cooking and heating facilities. The demand is very high. The cooking facilities in China is most advanced in terms of the technology, and the demand in Africa, I mean the shipment in Africa and the ASEAN countries is about 100,000 units. So this is what I will present in tomorrow afternoon session. So you can see this is a picture shot in Myanmar. And in Myanmar, we have sent 10,000 sets of the clean cooking and heating facilities for free. We also have promoted to Uganda and Kenya, which are very popular. A lot of Asian countries, they have not yet know about the wonderful technologies and facilities made in China. So we need to build a clean cooking and the heating facilities alliance so that we can share the technologies and innovations in the Asian regions. And I hope that tomorrow afternoon, if you are interested in this part, you can get more information from my presentation. And the second question is about the menu, the OX menu. So in China, the straws and the waste in the husbandry, including the cow dung. So the husbandry in China is the number 1 in the world. And the production of the cow dung is about 4 billion tons. In the clean heating, the major source of the fuel is from the straws and from the forestry waste. The cow dung is of more valuable use, that is for the biomass gas. We have the bio-based natural gas, that is from the dung of the cows and other husbandry animals. So in the production, whether or not the cow dungs can be used for the heating and for the household. It is workable. In western part of China, in Tibet, for example, there are successful examples. That is to use the cow dungs. It is dried and made into the particles and the granulates, and to be used for the cooking and the heating. This is mainly used like the small scale for one household, or a boiler for a school, or for a village. In the Belt and Road countries, we have a lot of countries. They have a large production of the cow dungs, and this technology can be used, like the formulation of the granulates and the production of the fuels from the cow dungs. I will present in tomorrow afternoon sessions. Thank you, Professor Liu. And if you're interested, please listen to tomorrow afternoon's presentations. I also received some questions from the stream of the CAA. So just now, in the presentation after the transportation, many participants want to know more about the transportation, the energy consumption, conservation, and the emission reduction. So in tomorrow afternoon, we also will have a presentation on the transportation. Okay, we have completed the first session, and please come back at the Beijing time, 3:40. So that is in 20 minutes. So please come back in 20 minutes. We will have the second session of this afternoon. If you are interested, you also can browse on the website of our conference, and you can see the technologies and information of the enterprises. You also can see the playback of this first session. I have put the link here. Thank you very much, our presenters. And also, I would like to thank our participants. Thank you for your participation and for your great questions. Thank you very much. We will see you in 20 minutes.
欢迎大家回来。
Hello, welcome back.
希望大家和我一样，刚才也做了
I hope
适当的
that
休息和
you can have some rest and stretch yourself. We have a very long meeting and a full schedule in the afternoon, and thank you for your participation. And now we move on to the next session. Our second session of this afternoon includes the agriculture waste utilization and also the urban waste management. Our first presenter is president of Heilongjiang Academy of Black Soil Conservation and Utilization, President Liu Jie, and he will talk about the agriculture waste utilization in China, the experiences here. So Heilongjiang is a very important production base of the crops. So it also has a large production of the agriculture waste. And it has gone through the incineration, the air pollution, and now it is improving significantly. The waste comprehensive utilization is a very good way to solve all these air pollution issues. So let's welcome Dr. Liu Jie. Good afternoon, dear participants. I am very glad to meet all of you here and to talk about the comprehensive utilization policies of the crop straw in China. And today, I will talk about the following parts. The first is why we need to pay attention to the crop straw utilization. And the second is what are the policies related in China. And the third is the suggestions of policies of a crop straw comprehensive utilization. So first, let's look at why we need to pay attention to the crop straw utilization. And first, we need to look at the incineration and the air pollution caused by it. So we know that for the crop straw, it is waste, but at the same time, it is resources. The straw biomass cannot be effectively disposed and is burned in the open air. It will cause a serious harm to the regional atmospheric environment. In 2014, hundreds of thousands of tons of particulate matter emitted into the atmosphere, and due to the straw burning in Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei, the daily concentration of PM2.5 increased to 60.6 to 127 milligrams per cubic meters. In 2017, because of the burning of the straws, the heavy pollution days in the northeastern provinces of China is getting increased. In 2017, we also have seen the burning positions in the northeast parts of China is 9,710, accounting for 88.4% of the national total. And this has caused very heavy pollutions in China. It is also a waste of the resources. Okay, second is to deal with the climate change and to tackle the issues. So we know that for the global climate change, it is a indisputable fact, and the negative impact is also very high, and it is acceleration. It is far more than severe than expected. It is also expanded than what we have expected. And here on the left, we see that the average temperature in 1750 and now, so we see that the temperature is getting an increase of 1.1 Celsius. In 2019, in the second warmest year in the history, with a record, the global CO2 concentration rose from 277 ppm to 410 ppm in the past around 200 years, with an increase of 48%. And the cumulative emissions is more than 1 trillion tons of CO2. We also see the other issues like the reduction of the crop production. In the rural area, it is a major source of the greenhouse gas emission. In China, this emission is about 15% of the total in the country. In 2020, China's direct and indirect greenhouse gas emission from the burning of the nitrostatin of the unused straw were 56 million tons of CO2. And the comprehensive usage of the straws can change these issues if we increase the soil carbon inventory and we can promote the combination of the land use and nourishment and realize the gain storage into the land. And also, we can help with the agriculture and the planting and the breeding cycle and the circulation, and also improve the safety and the quality of the agricultural products. We can also optimize the rural energy structure and increase the proportion of the clean energy usage. And the third is the demand of the rural area development in China. The traditional agriculture production in China is with high input, high consumption, and high pollution, and this has caused the environment and energy and other issues. Ecological environment is strengthened, and the quality and efficiency of the agricultural supply system is quite low. The development of the revitalization strategy has brought many obstacles. In the 19th National Congress of the CCP, we have set the strategy of the battles preventing and resolving the major risks and have the precision poverty elevation and also to have the control and to improve the living environment of the rural area. So the comprehensive utilization of the agriculture waste is a very important issue in the green development of the rural area. So we need to have the control of the water consumption and the two reductions of the resources. And we also have the basic policies on the agriculture straw utilization. It is related to the green development in the agriculture. The country has got 5 major actions for the agriculture green development, including the utilization of the crop straws. And the second, we hope to talk about the comprehensive development and the policies. So before talking about this crop straw utilization policy, I also hope to share with you the cases and the policies in the EU and the North America. We have seen that in the EU and North America, the policy has 4 major aspects. The first is target-oriented. So that is to have the action plan, the technology roadmap, and the development planning. So the typical one is in the EU, the sustainable development and also the biotechnology roadmap in the US. And the straws are renewable and recyclable resources in the bioeconomy. And second is a fiscal policy. For the fiscal policy, it looks at the technology R&D and the demonstration of the technology. It also includes the green recovery and the storage. And the third is the tax and the credit policy. This is to promote the industrial utilization of the straw biomass, improve the market competitiveness and the enterprise's competence. In the United States, there are 2 measures to offset the crop income tax. It is also carried out in China. And the fourth is a policy incentive. It includes the quota system. In the EU, the green electricity quota system, they can buy the required quota with purchasing the green power certificates, and renewable energy power generation can obtain the additional income. So the feature of them is that to utilize the green as a source of energy generation, and also to use the fiscal and the target policies and the legislative framework development. It can help with the policy system building. And the developed countries' policy is based on the agriculture production. So for China, what is the insight given to us? In China, the production is based on the household contract, and the multi-season planting is a big feature. So the spatial distribution is uneven, and the cost of the score collection storage is quite high. And we need to refer to the experiences from the developed countries to look at the R&D of the equipment and to have the incentive policy designed well. We also need to have the allowance and the subsidies, the legislative framework development, and this will help with the high efficient utilization of the agriculture-based resources. And here I want to talk about the history of the policy making. It can be divided into 4 stages from the beginning, that is with the administration department and issue the documents. So it includes the utilization and the management for the resources. The utilization in 2007 has reached 68.7%. And the second stage is from 2008 to 2015. So that is the technology-based development, comprehensive utilization. So the typical event includes the State Council Office issuance of the acceleration of comprehensive utilization. It has given responsibility to the different departments, including the utilization technology catalog and the planning. So this will encourage the development of utilization rate to as high as 80%. And the next is from 2015 to 2020. The feature is demonstration and diversified technology promotion. It also has the policy implementation of the utilization, and the legal obligation is also put on the responsible institutions. Diversified utilization is also carried out. The fiscal provincial policy is provided as well. The Ministry of Agriculture also has carried out the special actions in the northeast of China. The utilization rate has reached 86.7% in 2019. So now we're in the 4th station. The 4th stage is to look at the carbon neutralization and the carbon peak commitment. So with this, we can see that the policies is changed as well, and to promote the upstream and the downstream collection, and to have the technology to help with the carbon sequestration and emission reduction. The strong comprehensive utilization policies has been changed from a single drive to the multiple drive and market-oriented policy. The utilization technologies is used in a more diversified and mature way. So we also can see the policy making is very important, and this in combination with the background and the trend has given very important drive for the straw utilization. So in the policy making, we see that the guidance is the national strategy as a core. And based on that, the policy system for comprehensive utilization is worked out. So it has several layers. One is a national policy, another is a local policy. The national layer includes the laws, regulations, provincial tax policy, fiscal fund, incentive, and the supportive policy and the technical support. The local includes the policy and management for the burning prohibition and the comprehensive utilization and targeted utilization planning and the technical support. So this is the related laws and regulations and the time of issuance. The typical one includes the air pollution law and agriculture law and the circulation economy law and the environmental protection law and the solid waste control, as well as the soil pollution control law. And related laws include the renewable energy law, the energy conservation law, and the electricity law, and also the agriculture technology promotion. We also have the taxation provincial policies. like what I have introduced, we look at the income tax of the enterprises and also the tax rebate and the preferential policy list for the comprehensive utilization of the resources. And we also have other preferential policies for the added value improvement of the green straw utilization. And the Tax Bureau also have the high-tech enterprises tax preferential policy, and it has 15% of tax reduction, and the tax transfer income is exempted and reduced from the corporate income tax. And another is the fiscal policy, like the purchasing of the equipment. For the incentive policies, it also includes the quota, the price preferential, and also for the power generation for the domestic. So we can see the allowance is given to the power generation based on the grain and agriculture waste. In 2015, many ministries have issued the documents for the land use and electricity consumption for the straw comprehensive utilization projects. So these are the policy support. And for the technology support, we have the key projects related to the straw utilization, and the R&D also has got the support. And for the system, like the institutional platform, the Ministry of Agriculture has made the Northeast corn straw utilization allowance, and also the technology development, like the technology model promotion, the utilization models to be promoted. We also participated in North China's winter heating typical cases and the studies, and also the models of emission reduction and carbon sequestration in the agriculture and rural areas. We have a lot of cases collected in those documents for the further studies and reference. In the local government, we also have the related supporting policies. It includes the echoing national policy, and the specific designing of the policies and the plans is carried out. So you can see they are from the different local provinces. It looked at the prohibiting of the burning and the utilization policy planning, the promotion of the best cases and practices. The effect of the policies includes, first, the utilization rate is getting even higher. It is higher than 90%. In the national level, the average is over 86%, and it is an equivalent of 126 million tons of CO2. And also, we see a very big area of the green straw utilization, and also the solidation of the fuels is carried out as well. And this has helped with the clean energy utilization in the rural area. This is the 10 models of the utilization. And we also can see this is the introduction of the work in Anhui province. Anhui province also has given very powerful utilization provincial policies. It is taking the leading positions in China. It has the policies and also the implementation opinions on the development of environmental protection industry-based utilization. It also has a provincial department of finance and the agriculture to work on the administrative measures for the comprehensive utilization. So to be specific, it has the pulp and also for the biogas production. Another case is in Heilongjiang province. It is in the northeast of China. The annual production is over 84 million tons of straws. So it has two major methods. One is for the fertilizing and nourishment into the land, and also it is used for the husbandry feeding stocks, like the grain storage and also the corns grain-based used and the feedstock production, and also the solidation of the fuels based on the grain straws, etc. So these are the very forceful technology support and the policy support. After several years of development, so we can see the comprehensive utilization rate is over 95% in Heilongjiang province. That is a very outstanding result because in Heilongjiang, the land area is very big. The production of the grain straw is also very big. That means a very huge pressure. With the policy support, we have got a very outstanding utilization rate.
Look at its assessment, and we have 4 dimensions of it. They are effectiveness, feasibility, operability, suitability. Generally speaking, in effectiveness, and it can promote the better utilization of the straws. And the feasibility, we break down the goals and to make it feasible at different levels. And with demonstration, we see the result, operability, and we leverage the private capital to make up for the shortcomings of the policy, to have a higher efficiency of using the straw. And the suitability, which means that the policies are made at different levels so that people can follow it and use it easily. And that is the overall assessment of the system. Suggestions for policies of crop straw comprehensive utilization. And this is for your reference. Suggestions for policies in China, how to use the straws. First of all, led by government, broaden the channel, and we follow the requirements of the city and rural areas integration. And there are different steps, and we make the progress by the level of county. The other one is to led by the policy, and we try to upgrade the behaviors from the government to the companies, and there is an integrated approach led by the government. The policy making and implemented, technical promotion, guidance by the general public. And we really want to handle the relation between the government, enterprises, and the farmers. We know there is it is very necessary to have the support of the government as well as a subsidy, because this is for the public good. Better use the government guides funds so that we can increase the government funding, optimize the investment methods. And we encourage the farmers and enterprises to use the credit investment from financial institutions and expand the financing channels. And the governments at all levels should regard straw utilization as the key support direction of policy-oriented low-interest loans, extend the term of project loans, and moderately reduce the loan interest. The other thing is improve policies and the financial support, and the series of supports and the policies are made and up to the governmental level. Fully utilize the policies, especially the integrated approach, and there is a relevant equipment, and also at the terminal compensation and the organic fertilizers, tariff, favorable discount, green credit loans to lower the freight terminal products utilization, and we can carry out the policies. The fourth part is to cultivate the main body in developing this industry, to cultivate the main body of the product equipment industry and enterprises. The other thing is to cultivate straw comprehensive utilization technology service industry. And in this market and the democratization, we offered these suggestions. Generally speaking, talking about the straw comprehensive utilization, after so many years development, and we already formed a set of comprehensive policy system, especially the policy design, the feasibility of the government at the local levels, relevant experience is accumulated. And this is top-down approach before we can achieve the result we have nowadays. With that, I finish my presentation on the evolution of the policy in China, how to use the straws, as well as the progress made by us. If you have any question, feel free to talk with me. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Liu, for your wonderful sharing, especially in the last part, which put China's condition into consideration. A lot of good suggestions are put forward. I believe some of the suggestions will be applicable to other Asian countries. One of them is that some of the slides are still in Chinese, and later our conference organizer will further translate Mr. Liu's presentation into English so that the participants can get more ideas and suggestions. If you have any questions, and feel free to leave your questions in the chat box or in our website. Now we move to the next speaker. The next sector is the urban waste management. I believe to many Asian countries, especially East Asian countries and Southeast Asian countries, the cities and the polluted air brought by the waste management, the waste burning, and we have invited, very honorably, we have invited Director Liu Zhe, Secretary General, Technical Committee on Waste-to-Energy Standardization of China Electricity Council. And Mr. Liu take the lead and involved into the industrial standardization. And it is a very good practice from him. And he has a deep insight into urban waste management. The floor is yours, Mr. Liu. And thank you, Dr. Wang, for your introduction. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Dear leaders, experts, dear guests, I want to say thank you to CAA for inviting me. And I am going to talk about the policies of urban domestic waste treatment in China. And I believe that you are very familiar with the air quality management. Maybe you are not so familiar with the waste treatment. And my presentation is not only limited to the air quality management. And I do hope that my sharing could bring some ideas and suggestions to you. There are 4 parts in my presentation. First of all, I want to talk about the overall situation of China's domestic waste treatment. Secondly, waste treatment policy system. Thirdly, standard system for generating electricity through waste incineration, followed by city cases. Well, everyone knows the harm of waste. One battery rotten in the ground will permanently make 1 square meters of soil lose its value in use. One button cell can pollute 600 tons of water, which is equivalent to 1 person's drinking water in his lifetime. As the first populous country, China maybe is now exceeded by India in terms of population. And China is also a big country with waste resources. In 2020, the harmless treatment capacity of urban domestic waste reached 234 million tons, among which the incineration capacity is 146 million tons, accounting for 62% of the harmless treatment capacity. There are 463 waste incineration facilities in operation and nearly 100 waste incineration facilities under construction. Let's look at China's domestic waste treatment capacity and the main indicators of incineration in China in the past 10 years. From the year 2011 to the year of 2020, the capacity of China is growing. There is a faster growth of it. The harmless treatment increased from 409,000 tons per day to 963,000 tons per day. The incineration capacity was the most highlighted in 2020, 6.03 times that of 2011. And the number of incineration plants had increased from 109 in 2011 to 463 in 2020, up more than 3 times. Let's look at the slide. And in the past 40 years, and how the waste is managed. And maybe before 1980s, there is we see this a dumping and some very large percentage, and after 1990s, and we do see incineration with a higher percentage, and recently, and we do see the waste classification, and we see better ways of manage waste after 2000, and in the future, accountability in managing the waste will be a trend. Talking about the trend of the future, I really want to mention the objectives in the 14th five-year plan. In the 14th five-year plan, there is one goal raised, and by the end of 2025, the resource utilization rate of urban domestic waste in China will reach 60%. Classified collection and transportation capacity will reach about 700,000 tons per day, which meets the demand on classified collection, transport, and the treatment of domestic waste in prefecture-level cities and above. The incineration capacity of the waste in China cities and towns is about 800,000 tons per day, and that of urban domestic waste is about 65%. Built upon our previous experience, all these goals are feasible to fulfill. Now, I want to talk about the waste treatment policy system in China. In the past 30 years, Chinese government and the regulators come up with series of laws, regulations, policy standards effectively promoting the incineration of the waste. And there are some the framework of the laws, including Environmental Protection Law, released in 1989 and revised in 2014. Law on the Prevention and Control of Environmental Pollution, released in 1995, revised in 2016. Law on Assessment of Environmental Factors, released 2002 and revised in 2018. Renewable Energy Law, released in 2005 and revised in 2009. Why did I want to mention Renewable Energy Law? Because the incineration of the waste for power generation is clearly included into the scope of renewable energy. Because we have a renewable energy law as well as the relevant support policies so that we can support a very sound operational model and the business model of these waste for power generation. And later I will go into details. And the other laws such as Circular Economy Promotion Law, released in 2008 and revised in 2018, Environmental Protection Tax Law, released in 2016 and revised in 2018. And the other thing relevant to the waste treatment is the industry regulations, and we call it Law on the Prevention and Control of Environmental Pollution by Solid, released in 1995, revised in 2020, Regulations on the Administration of a City, Appearance and Environmental Sanitation, released in 1992, revised in 2017. Here, I offer you the major policies within this table. Maybe you can have a quick look at it. And there are a lot of major policies there. If we follow the timeline to review the evolvement of the policies and the regulations based on the development stages and the characteristics, we can divide it into 3 stages. Stage number 1 and is the year before 2005, initial stage. Second stage, development stage. And 2006 to 2015, third stage, robust development stage from 2016 to now. And let's check it one by one. Policy system development history. First stage before 2005, preliminary exploration and start of industry development. In 1986, the General Office of the State Council forwarded the notice on the report on disposal of urban waste to improve environmental sanitation of the Ministry of Urban and Rural Construction and Environment Protection, and the Central Patriotic Health Campaign, and incorporate solution of urban waste into urban construction planning, and also in the measures stated in 1991 that incineration technology should be gradually developed for harmless treatment of domestic waste. In 1992, the notice of several opinions on solving the problem of urban domestic waste in China clearly point out that incineration technology can be adopted in a few qualified cities. In 2000, the State Economic and Trade Commission issued a catalog of environmental protection industry equipment encouraged by the state, which covers the complete set of equipment for incineration of urban domestic waste. The Ministry of Construction issued relevant standards for the urban domestic waste incineration, and the technical specifications on domestic waste incineration projects in 2002. And in 2005, the Law of the People's Republic of China on Renewable Energy, which I mentioned by me, was promulgated to encourage the development of domestic waste incineration. Then we move to stage number 2, that is the gradually improving area. And there are several aspects I want to say. Let's look at the macro industrial policy. In 2011, notice on work opinions on further strengthening the treatment of urban domestic waste. Given priority to adopting incineration technology, especially in the tight land resources and high population density areas, with focus on the key technologies such as clean incineration, dioxin control, harmless disposal of fly ash, and leachate treatment. In 2013, the opinions of the State Council on accelerating the development of energy-saving and environmental protection industries stated that the capacity of domestic waste incineration facility reached over 35% of the total capacity of harmless treatment, which means a specific goal in number was proposed. And in stage number 2, let's look at the price, fiscal, and taxation policies. Such policies are improved step by step. In 2006, NDRC had measures for the administration of price and cost sharing for power generation by renewable energy, which defines the electricity price subsidy for power generation through waste incineration. And in 2012, NDRC, in its notice, and specify the price subsidy for power generation by waste incineration. 0.65 yuan, including tax, will be given per kilowatt hour on the basis of converting the on-grid electricity to 280 kilowatt hour per ton of domestic waste, which means it provides a strong guarantee for the sound development of power generation from waste. And of course, in the recent 2 years, and in the renewable energy subsidy, and we do see in the 2020, and there is a control on the overall subsidy, and which was mentioned by other experts. Maybe there will be a bidding process. Now we move to stage number 3. From 2016, which we call is a rapid development of waste incineration industry. There are several layers I want to share with you. National policy level, speed up the construction of waste incineration facilities and define the construction objectives. And this is the overall direction in 2016 in the 13th five-year plan. And there is improved treatment rate, established the policy of generating electricity from waste to the grid. In 2016, it gave priority to the incineration technology in some areas. By the end of 2016, there was a requirement for over 50% of the capacity of domestic waste. And in 2017, according to several opinions and notices, and stipulate that the project site selection should be planned in advance, and the planning indicators for land use of waste incineration facilities should be given priority. And in recent years, relevant goals such as zero landfill, no more landfill is allowed. And on the other hand, and it will not get into the incineration. It will not go into the landfill. And in the stage number 3, and there is put forward the charging mechanism for waste treatment in 2018, NDRC opinions on innovating and perfecting the price mechanism for promoting green development. Before the end of 2020, a domestic waste treatment charging system will be fully established in Chinese cities and towns. And also the law on the prevention and control of solid pollution, newly revised in 2020, clearly states that the local governments at or above the county level should establish the charging standards for domestic waste treatment, under which the differentiated management such as classified pricing, charging by measurement is reflected. Let's look at stage number 3, robust development stage, all-round development of waste incineration industry. And there is a management of domestic waste in Shanghai was promoted, and in 2019, and there was regulations on management of domestic waste in Beijing was revised in 2019 and officially implemented on May 1st, 2020.
We also have seen that after 2020, the domestic waste management regulation is officially implemented, and it has been a compulsory classification. The classification has become a very important system. So in the waste sorting, so we see that it is related to every citizens. For the waste sorting, it is to reduce the treatment cost and the use of the facilities, and reduce the consumption of the land resources and environmental protection. And the economic, social, and also ecological benefits are quite big. Now, waste sorting is compulsorily carried out in Shanghai, Ningbo, Shenzhen, and Beijing. Although the local government have different specific policies, the waste sorting methods are roughly the same. So you can see it is divided into 4, like the recyclables and the kitchen waste and the hazard waste and other waste. It also includes the other policy support, and the collection methods are different. Treatment different as well. So with the waste sorting, the related policy guidance and the supervision is also getting improved. First, that a series of guidance is issued for the industry development. I will not elaborate too much on it. And we also have seen a very detailed requirement, including in 2006, the waste sorting has been put into the major pollutant source management. And also we see the development of the discharge, like the dioxin discharge should be under stringent management. In 2015, also the policy had said that there will be a incineration facilities real-time monitoring installation rate as high as 100%. So that is a compulsory requirement. Also, the domestic waste incineration. So we also see that for all the incineration facilities, they need to have the automatic monitoring, and the facilities should be installed. And the second is the publication of the treatment and the pollution related information to the whole society, and it should connect all the data into the network. So with this requirement carried out, the further requirement and the policy is designed for a clear statement given to the related enterprises, and the penalty as well as the correction method are clarified further. With this policy system, we can see that a series of the policies has given great incentives to the local government and related enterprises, and the waste incineration industry chain is built and strengthened. So with the development and the need in the future, and with the policy changes on the incentive and on the more stringent requirement on the pollution control, and with the waste sorting, the treatment should also change. the industry is facing further challenges and future lessons. So to have the efficient supply and also the fiscal support as well as the technology support, all these are very important. Okay, this is for the waste treatment the policy. I believe that you must have seen that the waste incineration has got support in China, and we attach great importance on it. So what is the hazard of it, and whether or not it can be effectively controlled, and why the government is giving support to this? I will give further introduction in tomorrow's technical sessions. As a summary, China's electricity generation has gone through very difficult development. But it is finally proved that with a high population density, the waste incineration is a reliable and optimal way for the waste treatment. So I want to introduce to you the standard system for the electricity through the waste incineration. The industry has gone through the following stages. Before 2000, we have no standard for this. From 2001 to 2010, we have seen the faster development of the laws and regulations. And after that, in 2011 and later years, we have seen the detailed development and amendment. We also can see the national and the industrial as well as the different sectors standards. Also, there are the enterprise alliance standard built by the incineration enterprises, and also the policies like the information publications and the treatment facilities. We can see new standard coming out, and the standard has become more mature and more comprehensive. This has accelerated the development of the technology and the institutional design. From 2018, the control measures has been more stringent and the local standard has been introduced. And here I also want to show you the waste control. Domestic incineration GB 18485. This is a national standard firstly issued in 2000. And they have two amendments from in 2001 and 2014 with higher requirements, including the waste control during the incineration and the pollutant control in process. It also includes the dioxins and other pollutants. The standard has been more stringent, from 1 nanograms decreased to 0.1 nanograms per cubic meters. This is a very big decrease, and it is also the most stringent standard in the world. Compared with that in the EU and in the US, we also can see that it is very stringent, and we also can see that in some cities in China, there are more local requirement introduced. For example, in Hainan province, the standard is not 0.1, it is even lower, 0.05 nanograms. So this is the dioxin limit compared with other countries. So we can see 0.1 is the most stringent in the world. I also want to show you the power generation based on the waste incineration, the standard system and the framework. So we can see that this is now quite comprehensive and mature. Generally speaking, it includes the following major parts, including the planning, the construction, the maintenance and operation, the service and the inspection, the experiment, commissioning, and management. I want to show you the English version. So you can see these are the major types of the standards. We also have the subcategories, and it also includes the existing standards. So in this form, you can see these standards. The GB means national standard. You also can see the other characters. They refer to the different types of standards. All the standards includes the urban management, the municipal management, energy, and the hygiene, as well as the other responsible authorities. For the standard system, it refers to the thermal power standard system, because in the incineration with the technology and management, it is quite similar to that of the thermal power generation. We can have a look at some city cases. So if we look at the first one, that is in Beijing, we can see 46 treatment facilities, and the total throughput is 44,000 tons. Incineration are 12, and the landfill are 18. So you can see this is a map of the incineration plant. In every district, there is one incineration facility. So this is the name list of the waste incineration. You can see there are 12 existing ones, and another one is in planning, another one is under construction. You also can see the treatment capacity and the incinerator furnace type, as well as the throughput. In the next one, you can see the landfill facilities in Beijing. We have 18 landfill facilities altogether. 6 are in use. The others are closed. And we also can have a look at Shanghai. In Shanghai, by the end of April this year, there are 14 incineration facilities and another 2 in construction. You can see this is the map, and this one is the list of the facilities. So sorry for the lagging behind. Maybe because of the platform technology. What I'm talking about and what you can see are kind of a mismatch. Sorry for that. So you can see this is the technology that we use and the facilities that we use. So this is in Chengdu. It is also quite typical. With the daily production, it is 19,000 tons, 9 incineration and 1 landfill. And also we can see these are the list. And we also have 2 special kitchen waste plants in Chengdu. So you can see this is the 3-level monitoring system. We can have a closer look at Chengdu. It has 3 levels of supervision. The first is the Urban Management Committee, and the second is the Daily Supervision Organization, and another is the third-party technical supervision organization. They have formed a closed loop, and also they have supported in the staff and in the technology and the professional know-how for the government. This is a good administration method that we use in Chengdu. So this is my introduction on the policy for the waste treatment in the urban area in China. And tomorrow I will talk in specific about the technology, the ROI, and the typical process. So if you're interested, you can listen to my tomorrow's presentation. Thank you, Secretary General Liu. I have got more knowledge about the waste treatment, and I learned a lot from your presentation. So this is not a big industry, but it is very complicated. It is related to the power generation, to the urban management, and to the municipal hygiene and services. We hope that in the future, with the project output, we can also have a closer look at the policy making and the technology application experiences on the urban waste treatment in China. If you are interested in the presentation, please feel free to raise your questions in our chatting box, and we will have a Q&A session after all the presentations. So now we have our last presenter of today. Our last presenter is from Nepal, Minergy Limited, Managing Director Sewage Patrapati. He has very rich knowledge about the kiln and the production and waste control. I have been working on the air pollution related projects in Asia, and I have read the cases in Nepal for the experience sharing. So this might be useful to the related countries. And now let's welcome Managing Director Sewage.
Yes, thank you and good afternoon to you all. Am I audible?
可以听到，I can hear you clearly.
Okay.
请
Thank you. So today I'll be presenting on the policy standard and good practices in brick kiln sector, and I'll be focusing on South Asian countries. Especially, I'll be talking about the Indian context, Nepalese context, brick sector in Bangladesh and in Pakistan. Excuse me, just give me a moment because I'm not able to. Okay, now it's okay. So I'll start my presentation with a general overview of brick industries in South Asia. Like in South Asia, brick is one of the most common building material, and it is also, in fact, one of the most traditional building materials. So if you look at the history of South Asia, like Indus Valley, that is one of the oldest civilization we know. And some of the structures that were built around 7000 BC in Indus Valley are made out of fired bricks. So you can easily guess how long the bricks are in use in South Asian countries. In South Asia, what I can also say is that probably one of the most common dream of the people here in South Asia would be to make a small house made out of fired bricks. So it's very popular building material in South Asia. In total, we have around 180,000 brick industries in South Asia. The total production capacity from those 180,000 brick industry is around 360 billion bricks. So if you look at the share of production, almost 69% of the total bricks are produced in India, followed by Pakistan. About 23% of this 360 billion bricks are produced in Pakistan. Similarly, 6% is produced in Bangladesh, and about 2% are produced in Nepal. Despite of this huge number of brick kilns and also huge production capacity, in fact, if you look at if you compare this production capacity with the global production, almost 25% of the global brick are produced in these 4 countries. And but however, most of our brick industries in South Asia are very traditional. They are very inefficient and very labor intensive. Like, in fact, South Asian brick industry are considered as one of the largest air polluting sector, industrial sector in South Asia. And also, most of our brick industries, they are very informal and they operate seasonally. So most of the brick kilns, they operate maximum for 6 months a year during dry season. That starts from November or December and ends till May or June. So the brick kilns, most of the brick kilns, they operate only for 6 months a year. So if you look at the types of technology that are that exist in South Asia, these are the types of technology. So clamp kilns and downdraft kilns. So these are one of the most traditional types of brick technology that exist in South Asia. And both of these technology, actually, these are batch type of technology, which means that you fire a brick in batch. For example, you can fire around 50,000 to 200,000 bricks in a batch. Once that batch is fired, then you have to reignite the fire and again fire another batch. So these are called batch firing technology. Whereas the remaining technology, this FCBTK zigzag technology, VSBK, Hoffman, hybrid Hoffman, and tunnel kiln. These 6 types of brick firing technology are called continuous types of technology. So in this technology, when you ignite the fire, you can continuously fire the brick kiln until and unless you run out of green bricks or raw bricks. So most of these brick kilns, they operate almost 6 months a year continuously without stopping in between. And if you look at the production, the share of different technology, fixed chimney BTK, the FCBTK, the one with the red circle, that is the most common or the predominant type of technology. Almost 80% of those 360 billion bricks are produced from FCBTK technology in South Asia. Whereas there are numbers of FCBTK zigzag, which is an improved version of FCBTK, are coming up, and also nowadays many hybrid Hoffman clean and tunnel cleans, which can be ranked at the topmost in the technology ladder, are also coming into operation in South Asia. In terms of energy consumption, South Asian brick industry are in fact one of the largest energy consuming sector after power plant and steel industry. South Asian brick industry are the third largest consumer of coal in South Asia. It is estimated that this 180,000 brick industries in South Asia consumes annually around 50 million tons of coal. And the coal is actually locally mined, like in India as well as in Pakistan. Coal for firing in brick industries are locally mined. But however, we do also import large quantity of coal from other countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, as well as far as from America. So we are importing huge quantity of coal to fire bricks in South Asia. And apart from coal, different other types of fuel are also used for firing bricks, like a huge amount of agriculture residue, like rice straw, or industrial residue such as bagasse or sawdust are also used for firing bricks in South Asia. If you compare the energy consumption scenario of this brick industry, clamp cleaner, it is the most inefficient technology. So if you look at the energy consumption of clamp clean is around 3.5 megajoule per kg of fired bricks. Whereas the most efficient technology what we have is VSBK, is around 0.8 megajoule per kg of fired bricks. And if you look at the energy consumption of FCBTK, which is the most common type of technology, it's around 1.3 megajoule per kg of fired bricks. And if we compare that with the improved fixed chimney BTK, it's around 1.06 megajoule per kg of fired bricks. Sorry, I'm just having some problem. I'm not able to move my slides. Just give me a moment.
Okay.
I'll just stop
maybe you can try stop sharing, then share again.
Okay, let me do that. Oh, it's not working. Will it be possible to share my presentation from your end? Okay,
Yes.
It's coming now. Let me try.
Yes.
If we have a problem again, probably we may have to do that. Thank you. So I just talked about the energy consumption scenario in South Asian brick industry. Now, in terms of environmental emission, as I have said, South Asian brick industry, they are known as one of the largest or one of the most polluting industrial sector in South Asia. We have two types of emission. One is stack emission, that is the emission that comes from the top of the chimney, and other we call it ambient emission, the emission that comes from the surrounding of brick lanes. So when we talk about stack emission, there are different types of air pollution, like suspended particulate matter, PM10, PM2.5, black carbon, carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide. These are the main pollutants from brick industry. And if you compare these, if you compare the emission of suspended particulate matter from different types of brick industry in South Asia, like as you can see in the graph, like FCBTK appears to be the most polluting technology, whereas hybrid Hoffman clean appears to be the least polluting one, followed by tunnel clean, VSBK, and zigzag induced draft. But however, what I have to say is that the pollution monitoring data, what we have for other technology, except for FCBTK technology, the monitoring data for other technology are negligible. So actually, it's difficult to generalize the emission from other technology. Like just to give you an example, the emission that we have here from hybrid Hoffman kiln probably should be from 1 or 2 measurement, whereas for FCBTK we have this measurement from hundreds of FCBTK. So it may not be fair to generalize the emission from other technology with FCBTK, but what we can safely say is that tunnel kiln, hybrid Hoffman kiln, and VSBK, these are the cleanest technology, and the emission from this technology are much less than the FCBTK or downdraft kiln. So the other emission that I was talking about was ambient air pollution. So when we talk about ambient air pollution, it's mostly the particulate matter. Like as you can see in the picture, like in most of the brick kilns in South Asia, especially in FCBTK and improved fixed chimney zigzag kiln, the insulation they use at the top of the brick kiln is fire clay dust. So when the workers are loading and unloading the bricks from the kiln, huge amount of this dust are emitted, and that causes the ambient air pollution. So that is another type of pollution in South Asia. But generally, what we have right now is that we are more concerned about the stack emission, and the standard that we have in South Asia is mostly for the stack emission, that too particularly for the suspended particulate matter. And in fact, once we have a huge amount of coal consumption, we definitely will have a huge amount of CO2 emission. So as per the data, what we have, this 180,000 brick industries in South Asia, they emit annually around 125 million tons of carbon dioxide. So it has a very huge carbon footprint. And of course, in this data, we have not calculated or we have not accounted the emission that is generated while transporting this fuel from different countries. So roughly, when we say 125 million tons of carbon dioxide, it is about 15% of the global aviation industry. So 15% of the global greenhouse gas emission is emitted by the South Asian brick industry. Okay, I'm again having the same problem. I don't know, is it at my end or?
It doesn't move.
See, I don't know. Will it be possible for you to share my presentation?
Yes, I will try.
Okay, and probably it might be faster from there. Not this one, not this one, the other one. No, not this presentation. Actually, this is a presentation that will be presented tomorrow.
Okay. I think now is the right.
This is the right one. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So sorry for the interruption. So apart from energy issues and environmental issues, there are many social issues that are associated with the brick kilns in South Asia. In fact, one of the promising point or one of the highlight of our brick industry in South Asia is that South Asian brick industry is one of the largest employment generating sector. Almost 15 million workers are employed in South Asian brick industry. And most of these people who are employed in South Asian brick industries, they are the people living at the bottom of the pyramid. That means people with low income status. And when you visit a brick kiln in the brick making season, on an average, depending on the production capacity, especially this is true for fixed chimney BTK, you will find 200 to 500 workers working in a brick kiln. So actually, when you visit the brick kiln, actually you will feel that you are not visiting a brick industry, but you are visiting a small village or a small town. And if you look at the classification of workers in brick industry, there are mainly three types of workers working in brick industry. One is molders. So molders are the people who makes brick. So as you can see in the picture, bricks are made with hand. Bricks are made manually. So 70% of the workers in brick industries are molders. Then about 20% of the people who are working in brick industry, they are the transporters. So basically, these are the people who transport the bricks, the raw bricks or the fired bricks from one point of the brick industry to the other point. So the 20% of the workers are transporters, and about 10% of the workers in brick industries are firemen. So they are the most responsible one for firing bricks in brick industry. And if you look at the social issues, there are many social issues. Like during the brick making season, generally what happens is that the workers, they migrate their family to the brick industry. So they leave their home back and they bring all their belongings and they make a small hut in the brick industry and they live there for the 6 months. And there are issues with drinking water facility, there are issues of sanitation facilities, and there are other social issues associated with brick industry. Similarly, there are issues with occupational health and safety issues, and also child labor is quite prevalent. Child labor as well as bonded labor is quite prevalent in many South Asian brick industry. Though the situation has improved a lot, but there are still these issues still prevails in many brick industries in South Asia. Next slide. So now I'll just talk about the policy and standards of brick industry, and I'll start with Nepal. So in Nepal, brick industries are regulated. So which means that if I have to establish a brick industry, I have to formally register in the government department. And also what we have is we have a standard for chimney height and emission for different types of technology. So if you look into the table which I have presented, like there are standards for fixed chimney BTK, there are standards for fixed chimney zigzag technology, there are standards for vertical shaft brick kiln, off-man kiln, hybrid off-man kiln, as well as tunnel kiln. And also to compare, like initially the standard was defined in 2008, and now it has been changed in 2007, it has been revised. So if you compare the standards, like for example, for this natural draft fixed chimney bull strength kiln, initially it was 700, now it has been revised to 500. So the standards are being much more stringent right now. And also apart from these emission standard, we also have a guideline for occupational health and safety of laborers in brick industry. Next slide. So in India, even in India, they have a emission standard notified for brick industry in 2019. So basically, if you look at the table over here, the emission standard for FCBTK, which is the most common technology, is 1000 milligram per cubic meter. And also they have defined the chimney height. So there is standard for fixed chimney BTK, there is standard for zigzag FCBTK, there are standards for vertical shaft brick kiln and downdraft kiln. But in India, these standards are being currently revised. So the draft standard, which was proposed in 2018, has been made much more stringent. Actually, this has not come into force, but the proposed standard is 250 milligram per cubic meter at 4% carbon dioxide concentration. So basically, you can see from 1000, now the standard, the new proposed standard has been revised to 250 milligram per cubic meter. So they have proposed a very stringent standard for operating brick industry in India. Next slide. Similarly, in Bangladesh, brick industry are categorized as small and medium enterprises, and it is regulated. So again, in Bangladesh, you have to register a brick kiln. To operate a brick kiln, you need to formally register a brick kiln as small or medium enterprise in district commission office. And the emission standard for FCBTK in Bangladesh right now, they only have emission standard for FCBTK, and it has been set at 1000 milligram per cubic meter. But one good thing about Bangladesh is that as per the data what I have, by 2017, almost 60% of their brick industry have converted into zigzag or improved zigzag kiln already. And if you compare these 4 South Asian countries, probably we have the most diverse types of brick firing technology in Bangladesh. So in Bangladesh, you can find tunnel kilns. There are can stick to the previous slide. Yeah, thank you. So you have around 58 tunnel kilns and you have around 61 hybrid Hoffman kilns. And in Pakistan, brick technology is unregulated. So basically, if I want to establish a brick industry in Pakistan, I don't even have to register. I can just buy a piece of land and I establish a brick industry. And also, it is not even recognized as a cottage industry. But in last few years, some good things are happening, like in Punjab in Pakistan, where the largest number of brick kilns are located. So the Punjab government has declared that by December 2020, all the brick kilns in that province will have to shift from traditional technology to zigzag technology. So they have banned the operation of traditional technology in Punjab. And as per the recent data, what we have is that 11,000 traditional brick kilns in Punjab, they have now converted into zigzag technology already. So these are some of the good, despite the brick kilns are unregulated, some good measures are happening in Pakistan. And some of these measures are happening with the help of an organization called EC Mode, where they are providing technical support to shift the brick kilns from traditional technology to the new or the clean technology. Next slide. So I'll now be focusing on some of the good practices that is happening in South Asia, especially these practices are mostly from Nepal, but these are something that we should be promoting. I believe that we should be promoting for South Asian brick industry in the future. The first one is, we call it building back better. So this is the slides from Nepal. So in 2015, there was a mega earthquake in Nepal, and brick industry was one of the most affected industrial sector. Almost 40% of our brick industries were partly or fully damaged because of the earthquake. And that gave us an opportunity to rebuild our brick industry in a more environment-friendly way, in a more energy-efficient way. So as a result of that, and with the help of an organization like Climate Health and Research Network, that is an American NGO, and EC Mode, the recovery process or the building back better process was initiated. And if you go, can you please move to the next slide? So as a result of that process, improved technology, improved design for fixed chimney zigzag technology has been was designed. And right now, this improved fixed chimney zigzag brick kiln technology are being promoted in Nepal as well as in India and Bangladesh. So if you look at some of the data, what we have from the improved zigzag technology is that the reduction in suspended particulate matter is almost 40% compared to traditional technology. Similarly, reduction in energy consumption is between 20 to 30% compared to traditional technology. And of course, these technologies, improved zigzag technology, are structurally much more sound than the traditional technology. Next slide. The other practice that is getting popular right now in South Asia is initial gas firing. So what does this mean? So if you look at the picture on your left, this is a kind of a traditional firing practice. In traditional firing practice, what happens is that you fire the bricks or you ignite the bricks by using firewood. So for the initial firing, almost 8 to 10 tons of firewood are used. And it is a very cumbersome process, like to ignite the fire and to raise the temperature up to 500 degrees centigrade. It takes almost 7 to 8 hours in traditional technology. However, in this initial gas firing technology, instead of using firewood, we are using LPG gas. So it is much more cleaner and it emits less emission. And the ignition time is almost half. So instead of 7 to 8 hours, now you can reach the 500 degrees centigrade in a span of 4 hours. And of course, it is much more economical as well. So almost, if you compare the cost with the traditional firing technology, with the gas firing, the cost has reduced. The cost can be reduced by almost 80%. So initial gas firing is getting much more popular nowadays in many South Asian countries. The next slide. So alternative fuel. So as I have said, coal, it's the most common fuel in brick industry. But in the recent year, what is happening is that there is a huge scarcity of coal in the market. If I compare the coal price in Nepal from last year to this year, the coal price has almost doubled. And this has actually raised kind of an interest among brick entrepreneurs to look for alternative fuel. And one of the most promising replacement could be pellets and briquettes, biomass pellet and biomass briquette. So we have done quite a few trials in Nepal where we are trying to promote pellets to replace coal in brick industry, and that has been quite successful. And this practice or this initiation has been initiated with the funding support from ECMOD. And right now, there are several brick industries in Nepal who are using pellets as an alternative fuel to replace coal in brick industry. Probably what I will have to admit is that replacing 100% coal with pellets or briquette may not be possible at this moment. But even if we can replace 20 to 25% coal with pellets, then that's a huge replacement, and that can substantially contribute to reduce the emission from brick industry. Next slide. And the next good practice that we are trying to promote is called internal fuel. So when we say internal fuel, like it's mixing the fuel or coal dust with clay. So basically, this is not the new practice. So in developed countries, even in China, even Vietnam or other developed countries, like in tunnel clean, coal is mixed with clay, and then bricks are made out of that, and it is fired. But in South Asia, the common practice is that the bricks are made out of clay, and when we load during the firing process, the coal is fed from the top of the kiln. So if you can see the picture on the right, so basically you can see a person feeding the coal from the top of the kiln. So that is external fuel firing practice. Whereas in internal fuel firing practice, what we are doing is that we are trying to mix that coal with the clay. So that is the picture on your right, where you can see that coal is being mixed with the clay. So if we are able to mix clay coal in the clay body itself, then you will be able to trap the pollution within the brick itself. So you can substantially reduce the pollution from brick industry. But however, for this, you need to have a mechanized production. So you need to have an extruded brick production or other soft molding machine installed in your brick industry. With a hand molding practice, it's really difficult to control or promote this internal fuel firing practice. But this is something that we need to promote to reduce the environmental emission from brick industries. Next slide. And the other practice that is slowly gaining popularity right now is hollow bricks. So if you look at the bricks in South Asia, like generally we people in South Asia, we love solid bricks. So solid bricks means bricks with the picture on your top left. So those are the bricks, those are called solid bricks. So those bricks does not have any holes. But right now what we are trying to promote is bricks with holes in it. So there can be different types of bricks. So some of the bricks can have 15% holes, some can have 20% holes, and some can even go up to 40% holes. So what is the benefit of having these holes in the bricks? First, once we have holes in the bricks, it will consume less clay. So less clay consumption means less fuel consumption. And the less fuel consumption means you have less emission, because the source of emission is your fuel. So if you have less fuel consumption, then you will be emitting less from the brick industry. And the other benefit of these perforated or hollow bricks is that generally these bricks are lighter. So since these bricks are lighter, your structural load will be less. So as an house owner, if I use these hollow bricks, then I will have to spend less money in my structure. And the other thing is that these have high thermal value. So these holes act as an insulation. So basically this will provide more thermal comfort for the house owner. So promoting these kind of hollow bricks is a win-win situation for a brick producer as well as for house owners or builders in South Asia. But the promotion of hollow bricks is at the very infant stage. And in Nepal, actually, right now, I'm currently leading a project called Building Energy Efficiency in Nepal, which is being funded by European Union. So one of the target what we have is to promote this kind of hollow bricks in Nepal. But this kind of hollow bricks is getting popularity in other parts of South Asia, especially in South India, as well as in Pakistan. there are quite a number of brick industries who have started producing this kind of hollow bricks. But again, when we talk about hollow bricks, it's not just about the production. We also have to work on the market creation, because most of the people, they don't know about the benefit of these hollow bricks, and it is still a new product in our South Asian market. Yeah, next slide. Probably this would be my last slide. Yeah. So this is my last slide. Thank you for your attention, and also sorry for the interruption in between. Thank you.
Thank you, Suresh. The case you shared from Nepal, how to build back better in terms of less emission, more energy saving, and more cost effective through upgrading the technology is really it's really impressive. And I hope, because you also mentioned the policy challenge in other Southern Asia countries like Bangladesh and Pakistan, which are all the TA participating countries and cities. I hope they will be beneficial from your presentation, and look forward the question and answers. And then I will transfer back to Chinese. 好的，那非常丰富的。
I would like to thank our presenters for your wonderful sharing. And we now have a Q&A session. The Q&A session will involve all the three presenters. We have our participants raise the questions in the chatting box. We have noticed that some of the questions are answered, like Director Liu Jie has answered the question of the low utilization rate of the straws. So can we talk more about the different models in the straw utilization? And we also hope to know more about if in the low utilization rate regions, how to promote the new technologies. So Dr. Wan, thank you very much. For the straw returning to the field and the comprehensive utilization. So in China, we have different methods. The first is to be turned into fertilizer and nourishing the land. And that is including returning the straws into the land. And the second is to be used as a fuels and to be used as a feeding stocks in the husbandry, like the husbandry feedings for the animals. And also for the base material for the mushroom, since the straws is produced in parallel with the crop production. We often call it agricultural waste, since it is produced in the land. Our basic logic is that when it is from the land, we use it back in the land, and this will be beneficial to the sustainable development in the agriculture. Because of the crop production, some nourishment and some elements is taken out of the land. So logically, we hope that we can have the waste and the straws back into the land. And this can help with the replenishment of the mineral elements and the nourishing elements in the land. So I believe that for the land recovery and for the nourishment and elements balance in the soil, the optimal choice is to return the agricultural waste into the land. And second is that when we return it to the land, since the straws is a bulk product, and when we taken it out to the land and transport it to the processing facilities and then transport it back, the volume is very big. So it will cause a large consumption of the labor cost and the transportation cost. So if the utilization rate and the added value is not very high, it is not economical and we cannot have enough ROI. So I think that the best choice is to have it return to the land directly. This is one of the best choices. And the third is, as a biomass resources, no matter in China and in the other regions and countries, if we have the demand of the cooking and the heating, especially in the area where we do not have enough energy, the straws as a biomass resources can be used as a good source of the fuel. So besides returning to the land and made into the feeding stocks for the husbandry, we can also use it as a fuel. We can have the energy conserving and clean technology to process this fuel. The technologies are quite mature for making the straws into the fuel. In Heilongjiang province in China, we have a demonstration. So we have one major way that is returning to the land and two supporting ways that are changing the straws into the fuel and to change it or make it into the feeding stocks. So these are the three major pathways that we use the technology to realize. Thank you. Thank you, Director Liu, for this very comprehensive sharing. And we also can have a good priority ranking for the utilization of the straws. And here we have another question. The question is for the waste treatment, Mr. Liu. So can you tell us that in your presentation, you mentioned that the waste sorting was developed in China only in recent years. So for the other cities and other countries, maybe some cities are not so developed. In those cities, what's your suggestion for them to accelerate the waste sorting and how to make it a better effect? And what kind of support, like the policy and the funding measures, should we take? Okay, thank you very much for the participants and for our chair lady. This question is also quite typical. To answer this question, the concept of waste sorting is not quite explicit. And if we look at China's waste sorting, actually it originated very early, starting from the sorting among the industrial, the construction, and the domestic waste. So it started actually in an early stage. And for the domestic waste, recyclable waste was sorted starting from 2 decades ago. That was not policy-oriented. That was more voluntary in like 20 years ago. And the people can collect them and sometimes they can sell them to get extra economic benefit. But in recent years, we have seen the compulsory implementation of the waste sorting. That is, besides the recyclable ones, we sort the other domestic waste, like the kitchen waste, the hazard waste, and the general waste. So this is a more detailed waste sorting, which happened in the recent 2 years. The reason why we do this sorting is that actually not from the pressure of the treatment. It is not that we do not have the capability to treat and dispose these kitchen waste. It is because that we are looking into the applications, like we do not have enough incineration facilities. The supply and demand, I mean the capacity of the incineration is not enough for the increase. So we need the further sorting. And some of the domestic waste is put into the incineration, and some will be used treated in other ways. For the waste sorting in the different countries, we will see the different policies. Japan has the most mature methodology and the system for the waste sorting. And in China, we referred to the experience in Japan as well. But we also can see the differences. For example, for the kitchen waste, the oil content for China's kitchen waste is higher. The method we need to use and the further utilization possibility is different from that in Japan. So I want to emphasize that we need to first look at the practical situation in the local area, like the city and like the community. And for the cities in the initial stage, the answer is yes, we can do the waste sorting, and we can divide it into the different stages. So whether or not you have to follow the recent years' practices in China, that is to separate the kitchen waste out from the general ones, maybe not necessarily. We can look at the local conditions and to decide what stage we should use. Another question is about the policy and the fund support. For the waste sorting in China, the funding mechanism is also under exploration because the investment is also quite high. And we have not yet a charging mechanism. So we are still in study as well. Like the producer of the waste, we will see waste treatment charge. And the fund collected will be used for the investment of the treatment facilities and for the operations. So this is a possible way, and we are still exploring the others. I hope I have answered your question. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is quite a practical answer. So, in the chat box, we have collected these questions. We also have some other questions, but our experts have answered some of them. So I am not sure whether you want to have the following up. The question is about in the COVID-19, for the waste sorting, maybe because of the labor shortage, do we encounter some issues, and what is the countermeasures? But I noticed that you have answered this question at least partially. So do you have any following up? For the COVID-19 pandemic, yes, it is a practical background in this work. So in the pandemic, the waste sorting in China is also impacted, but that is only in a limited scope. Okay. So, looking at the pandemic as a background, so for the pandemic-related waste, it needs to go to the pandemic-related waste control and treatment and collection. So this is maybe of a large sum, and some are related to the pandemic because they are generated in the area with the stringent control. So we have a very stringent separate treatment method, like we use separate vehicles to treat this waste, and also there is a sterilization cost as well. So for the incineration, we will put it into the storage for 5 days. So for the pandemic-related ones, they will be directly incinerated. For the waste sorting, in Beijing and Shanghai, the waste sorting system is established, and also the collection and transportation is in operation. So during the pandemic, we haven't seen a very strong impact on this operation. Maybe some enterprises is impacted by the pandemic, but this industry is operating in a routine way because this is part of the infrastructure of the city. The biggest impact is that the workload is higher, but we can still run it in a routine way. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. We have another question that is about the killing. I have a question, and I want to share with Swish.
Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, I have one question about the Bricham's emission control. From your experience and perspective, this sector has been a challenge for the TA team to decide which expert or which country that we should learn from, because you notice that almost all the sector sharing are from China, but for us, how to deal with the Bricham's emission, one major approach is to shut down the smaller size ones, and we keep the high technology Bricham's with better technology performance and emission performance. So I would like to ask your comments or opinions. Would that kind of approach useful for Southern Asian countries, especially for a country like Pakistan? The Bricham's is unregulated currently. So what would be a better way to deal with this kind of gap? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, there is no direct answer for this question. It's very difficult to answer. Of course, theoretically, it's easy to say that we should shut down the smaller kilns which are more inefficient, and we should only let operate the bigger kilns. But what we also need to realize is that looking at the socio-economic context in South Asian country, probably operating only bigger kiln may not be feasible in all parts of the country of the South Asian country of the South Asia. So what I would say is that there are scope for improvement in all types of technology that exist in South Asia. Like even with the smaller kilns, what we can promote is that we can promote practices like internal fuel brick firing. We can promote a pellet application instead of coal or other loose biomass, and that can substantially reduce the pollution and improve energy efficiency of those smaller kilns as well. And when we talk about bigger kilns like FCBTK, what I see is that probably transition from fixed chimney BTK to transition towards improved fixed chimney zigzag, that would be an immediate transition, because that would be easier. Because there is not much of difference in these two technology. The main difference is in the operational practice, and with the smaller chains you can achieve almost 20 to 30% energy efficiency. Then why not? But what I also feel personally, what I feel is that even the improved fixed chimney zigzag technology, it's still a transitional technology. But in the long run, probably we will have to promote technology like tunnel kilns. But then what we cannot say right now is that since tunnel kiln is cleaner, we cannot say, okay, guys, you need to sort down all other types of technology and you have to focus in tunnel kilns. That approach will also not work, because the investment in tunnel kiln is much, much higher, almost 10 to 20 times higher than that is required for a zigzag technology. So what I would, as an expert, or with the experience what I have in the sector, what I would say is that we need to have a balanced measure. There are scope of improvement in all different types of technology. One immediate transition would be from this fixed chimney technology to improve fixed chimney zigzag technology. That would be an immediate transition. Then slowly we should also be promoting tunnel kilns side by side, because there is a growing interest in tunnel kiln as well. But if you talk about the smaller brick firing technology, most of these brick firing technology are scattered in rural parts of the country, in many South Asian country. And there are scope for improvement for those technology also. Probably we may also have to focus in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Sish. very good comments and answers. 好的，那我就已经把大家提到的问题基本上
Thank you very much. And we have asked all these important questions to our experts. And now we move to the last session of today's agenda. Due to time constraint, I will not give you a very elaborated summary of today's meeting. I really want to thank all the experts for offering us very informative content. Built upon their rich experience, they also offer very good suggestions and a very good reference to other Asian countries, some good suggestions. And also, I want to remind you, tomorrow they will continue to make presentation, which will have an in-depth discussion about relevant technology and also some cases from the companies. I also want to thank your patience staying with us, and this is a long meeting, and we maintain the interaction. And also, lastly, we have a very quick session, and Dana informed me that every meeting we have a post-event evaluation. And please be aware and to fill this evaluation form for us. And the other thing I want to say, tomorrow, and we have three different we have three breakout sessions. One is the power and the transport. The second one is store utilization, as well as heating. The third is the urban waste management and the break kiln. And by different sessions and by different Zoom meeting number, you can go to the session you show highest attention to, and you can listen to the presentations and have interactions with the companies and experts. And now our post-meeting evaluation is displayed on our screen. And please spend several minutes to fill in this evaluation form. Thank you for your time.
So please know that we have already posted the post-meeting evaluation form on the screen. Please do help us to give your feedback, which will be very valuable and important for the organizers to follow if this training or presentations are useful for you and how we can improve in the follow-up steps, including tomorrow's meeting and the training materials that we are still working on. Thank you. Hi, Dana, would you please let us know the progress of the survey form filling out?
Thank you, Wei. I'm looking through the poll. So far, there are no respondents yet. I'm checking if you can see the poll as well. Okay. Yes. Okay. Right now, responses are already coming in. So there are already 2. So for our participants, again, this post is being delivered so that we could measure how much you've learned in today's session on the policy development and best practices in air quality management for the different sectors that were discussed today. So kindly requesting for a bit more of your time, if you could just fill up our post-meeting evaluation so that we also have an idea on how to better conduct our sessions in the future. Thank you. So around 12 participants. Okay, just waiting for a bit more.
I think we are on time.
Yes. Okay, more responses are coming in, so we're already at 40%. Okay. Okay, there are more coming in. Okay, I think the poll has ended already. So thank you to our participants and giving the floor back to you, Wei. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. 非常感谢大家。那我今天就
Thank you
要
very much. And that's the end of today's meeting. And I hope tomorrow and at the different sessions, I can see you again. Thank you. Bye-bye.